All right, great. Thank you, Matt.
Sorry, computer issues this morning, and good way to start the day.
All right, we are recording. This is the 2021 City Council Advance. This is our opportunity to talk about our priorities for the year moving forward. This is treated like a study session, so we are. It is an open meeting, and under the Open Meetings Act, we do allow public comment in every one of our public meetings. And in our study sessions, we allow 3 minutes for public comment for anyone who's interested in speaking to council. Please note that this is one-way communication. We don't respond to questions at this time, but we are happy to listen to anything that you may have to say within that 3-minute time period on any subject matter. And if you want to speak to us, we'll have you raise your hand or wave, and then please state your name and address for the record. We do not have the ability to show a timer on the screen, so you'll need to keep track of your time. Mr. Van Dyke will be keeping track of it on his end, and after 3 minutes, he will mute your microphone. So with that, is there anyone who would like to address council at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Move on to item number 2, which is our governance review and discussion. We have Dave Miedema from Miedema Consulting, but I'm going to, as I usually do traditionally, I'm going to pass it to City Manager Keith Van Beek, and then we'll pass it on to Dave, I'm sure. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Just real quickly, Mark, some of you that were on the call earlier were like, hey, what's that voice in the background? And it was Mark Vanderploeg sticking his head in my office because he was like, where's the bacon? Where's the bacon? And it took me a second. It's because usually when we join together for this, we start with a kind of a nice breakfast and Danish, and apparently Mark gets a plate full of bacon, which always sounds like a good way to start a Saturday morning to me. But yeah, like we're not gonna do an icebreaker or anything like that today. We talked about it, but I think just the Zoom environment just makes that pretty difficult. So we're just gonna jump right into it. Matt is gonna continue to drive in the background. Give him a little bit of grace, as there's probably a lot of jumping around at various points, pulling up either documents that were provided or PowerPoints that different ones of our guests are going to use. You have in front of you the plan for the day, where first Dave Miedema has a few things that he's going to go through, and I'll turn it over to Dave here in a second. Then Julie Ornay from the Frost Center is going to join us and go through the results of our citizen survey. The timing of that, it just seemed like that was lined up well with our council advance as far as input. Then I'm going to, and the intent here on that item 3 is the strategic and business plan, is that we will just go through the vision, mission, and values statements, just kind of a check-in like we did last year with council. Any discussion that you want to have on those. We'll take a look at the SWOT analysis, and then we'll turn it over, which I think will potentially be the meat. It's scheduled to be the largest time item of this morning. I'll turn it back to the mayor, who will then go through. We have listings of your priorities with rankings from last year, and then just open that up for dialogue and discussion of all of you. So that's the plan for today. And with that, everyone, I think, remembers Dave Miedema. You've certainly had some documents from him, and we really appreciate the expertise that Dave brought in, not only with the governance concept based on the Carver governance model, but also Dave as a person with the expertise that he's brought in and built into our council governing. So with that, Dave, somewhere from the greater Grand Rapids area, Rockford, I think. Yes. Welcome. And we saved you a drive into beautiful Holland this morning, Dave.
I wish I had had the chance. And you didn't mention that I'm a Holland City alumnus, having lived in the city 8 years, served on the Human Relations Commission, Community Development Block Grants, Migrant Resource Council, and other things. So it's really special for me to continue to contribute to my old place of dwelling. So thank you. But before I share any documents here, I just want to give a very quick refresher that did this work in 2019. And the purpose was to really get alignment between council as the governing body and the city manager and the staff who report to him as the executioners, if you will, of council priorities. So it was really to develop an empowered relationship with clarity of lanes, with specified outcomes and deliverables that council and the city manager need to accomplish. And a core premise in it was that the city council has one employee, and that's Keith. Everybody else reports to him, and the city's performance is actually identical with how you would view Keith's performance. So you have adopted and have been living into a rigorous governance framework. It takes rigor, discipline, persistence to do this kind of work. And I do a lot of governance work, and very few of my clients really are prepared to enter into this kind of work. So you are really in very elite company in terms of what you've chosen to do to create a discipline and hold accountability for yourselves and each other. So I will always salute you for that. It's tough work, but you have stepped up to the plate. So you've completed basically year 2 of or maybe 1.5 technically, but your second evaluation of how you've lived into the governing model. And I'm going to just put I'm wondering, Matt, if I can share a document. If you let me know if I have that opportunity.
You're muted, Matt.
Which document would you like to share?
The cumulative, the assessment, the cumulative results. There, thank you. So, okay, so I'll have this up. Matt, if I have the chance to control the screen to scroll, that would make it easier. Oh, I do not? Okay, we'll work with it. So the way I want to frame this is that you've completed your second assessment of yourselves collectively and individually. Now, I want you to know again how unique and rare it is for governing bodies to both assess their own collective performance, but then do some individual assessment and then having it in such a transparent way in an open meeting. And this to me is the essence of democracy in action. So I would say in the first year, and I'm not going to have that document up to review those results, but you rated yourselves in I think rather positive ways, but maybe with a frame of you were just getting used to the new shoes. And the shoes were tight and not quite broken in yet, and you're getting used to it. And I would say this year, overall, the results are showing some deepening comfort with the governing framework that you've adopted, that you're now walking rather comfortably in these shoes. Now, when I say you're walking comfortably, that's not to say, oh, everything's perfect, but what I notice in it is you took a tone of, I'll call it humility and sobriety. Yes, you were overall positive in most areas. That is, a majority of you saying you rated yourselves very good on policy elements. There were areas where you said doing okay, but you know what? I and we could do better. So what I've noticed here is just this willingness, and all 9 of you responded, that you were willing to self-reflect and say, pleased, yes, but where are some blind spots for me or us? And so I really like that, being realistic about it. And overall, significant improvement over last year's. And I'm going to only focus on themes here to start, and then I may ask you to, bring in your own questions or comments, and I can respond. But here is an overarching impact on the work of council. No shock, it's COVID. And there is not a single client of mine who has not suffered. The CEOs suffer, the team suffers. You as a council, and Keith, while we didn't evaluate your staff, you all have suffered in some ways. And among the things that I've noticed, and some of your comments reflect it, that this has impaired your relationship building ability. 1/3 of your membership is new in 2020. So, when you can't sit and have pre-session dinners and have face-to-face informal interactions, when it's siloed into Zoom, a number of you have made those comments that our relationships have suffered. And, the real suffering is that you've not been able to build maybe the depth of trust, knowing how each other thinks and processes, and probing maybe as closely as you might in person. And it does create a level of stress. It can impact your morale. And I saw those things come up in here. So I just want you to know that these experiences of exhaustion and personal challenge, you are not unique, and you're not suffering, I would say, any worse than anybody else. So I'll just stop there for a moment and see if there's any kind of reaction to that.
I would agree with your opening statement. So that's something that we had talked about, or I had brought up, and of no fault of anyone's except COVID, this is something that, like you stated, we're dealing with, and it sounds like this isn't a unique situation to Holland. So that's I guess that is good in a roundabout way, that we're not the only ones dealing with it.
Misery loves company.
It does suggest at some point, as we return to in-person interactions, Mr. Mayor and Chief Governing Officer Mike, please think about what are our investment needs in relationship. There are things you can do over Zoom. They can be helpful. In fact, some of that is really better than nothing. In person is better, but just know that need is there down the road.
Yeah, my first thought, Dave, when you said that was, the first way to address a problem is to recognize that you have one, and recognize what the source of that is, so that you can then figure out what it is that you need to do to help mitigate that issue.
Yeah. And actually, there are some things that are compatible with Zoom as far as some simple relationship building. It's not trust falls and, ropes courses or the like. It's just about disclosure. I saw a sigh of relief from one council member just now, to be unnamed. He knows who he is. But there are some things that are useful that are could be quick payback for you.
The other thing that I noticed too is that that actually it might be more helpful. We might be more deliberate about communicating. I mean, we've been sort of hyper focused on other things and not so much communicating with each other. But I think that in some of those informal communication opportunities, it's easy to kind of fall into a routine, so that we're not in fact communicating that much in those opportunities, dinners and maybe before or after council meetings. So maybe this is a great opportunity and I hadn't really thought about it until just now, where we actually go out of our way to communicate and spend time via Zoom, or taking a long walk on downtown or something like that, to connect with our fellow board members. I think it would be helpful, especially we don't know when this is going to end. It's unfortunate that I didn't think to do that beforehand, but that's just something that even as we move out of COVID, I think we need to take some more deliberate action to communicate outside of the regular meetings as we kind of connect with each other. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Very good point. So what I will do is stay at a general high level in review of the assessment here. Despite these negative impacts on relationship, what I noticed throughout the assessment was high regard for each other. Tensions surfaced, differences on perspective, but there are very broadly held assumptions of each other's intentions and integrity and effort. What that has lended to within this is that there is, as I saw, trust and cohesion, and that was measured by such things as how well do we try to step into our differences? Within the limitations, how well do we try to probe those things? Yes, could we probe better and be more curious and ask better questions? Yeah, that was acknowledged. But there's just this core integrity and the assumption of positive intention that prevails. And to be honest with you, when we did this a year ago, you were still coming off of a time of some collective pain within council and some fraught relationships, and saying, wow, that pain is still there and the memory. But it's just even clearer now that there's been the chemistry and orientation supported by the framework here that's, I think, served you well. I detected nowhere any opposition or frustration with the model or the process itself. And that's good that there continues to be buy-in with this. And what I would probably say is, in my observation, and it's even beyond the numbers here or the comments, I think there has been a forging of a productive relationship between the mayor, the city manager, and Mayor Pro Tem, who also serves as your chief governing officer. There's alignment there, as I have spoken with all three of them. Some of it individual, but just this past week in preparing for this. And it has struck me, and frankly, it was helpful, Mayor, when you weren't even elected yet, you were sitting through this process and watching council deliberate. That kind of homework, I think, really helped you perform. And there are differences in philosophy, honestly, between the mayor and Mike. But what is, I think, beautiful here is the ability to communicate and navigate. And I salute the two of you because of your commitment to governing process and not trying to win on issues. Okay, that is so critical to good governance. That commitment is there. And what I've observed is just some really strong communication there. And there's a model there of how do we deal with differences? And I just want to point that out, that I'm so impressed, and how Keith, as city manager, you are a really good cog in that. And the chemistry I've seen from your top leadership is just really strong. And what I know from consulting is when top leadership buys in and models the behavior, it sets a culture. So you guys and women are just creating a really strong governing culture. I can go on in a moment, but I want to stop. Matt has scrolled, and I know all of you would have your hard copies. So I don't want it to be a monologue, so I'll stop and just say, where do you have questions? What are your observations that you'd like some conversation around? What concerns might you have from what you do see?
Do we do we have a copy of what's being shown on the screen right now?
Mhm.
It's my understanding that the cumulative assessment results were mailed to you on Thursday. Emailed to
Let
you.
me check
Emailed.
my mailbox.
It was emailed, yeah.
Emailed, yeah.
I guess he'll find out when he gets back.
I'm sorry, it was emailed when?
Oh,
Thursday.
I missed that. You know, I guess I do have a few observations, Dave. I think we are definitely on the right track. I think this is a good model, but your words aren't quite capturing some of the concerns I have, and what I kind of had a short bit of time to read on the screen. Like GP2 governance, my comments were needs discussion. No council deliberation on priorities prior to establishment of budget and direction. This is not about doing staff's job. It's about council's responsibility to set the direction and the vision. We need this 5 vote things is new. I don't see it anywhere in our management style, but I find it to be quite burdensome when a senior member of council wants to have a discussion about a city priority and is told, oh, well, you got to get 5 votes. That's a new issue. In my mind, with my 8 other colleagues, any one of them at any time can go to the city manager and say, you know what, I'd like to have council hear something that's going on in my ward. I'd like to know more information from my constituents. I would like to do whatever it is. A quick review of the city's org charts places the city council on top. The only people we report to are the citizens. And I think this thing about where it came from, I don't know, but I think we have to have a discussion about council's role in being able to ask for information and not having to go around the process and find 5 other people and ask, would you vote for me if I want to talk about something? I'm troubled by it, and I'd be interested in my colleagues' discussion.
Yeah. Jay, let me ask you, it might help council get their arms around it if you could just mention a concrete example where this has happened, a recent concrete example.
Okay.
And don't give a whole story, but just name the episode, and then I will ask if other council members experienced the same thing you did.
Well, again, I've been here for 13 years. I will admit there are times I get frustrated. Some of the reasons I ran for council are now coming into fruition. When it comes to, let's just take one example, as you had requested, our climate model and our strategic development team. I asked, in fact, one meeting I begged, can we please allow council an opportunity to talk about, before we set the climate team in place, or the strategic development team in place, can we please have a conversation among the 9 people who are responsible for the vision of this city? Can we have them hear them out, hear what they think, give some direction, hear how big a bite we want to take at this apple. And at that meeting, I was told by the mayor, after several people were beginning to speak up, pretty much terminated the discussion and said, well, you need 5 votes. Now, I don't, that wasn't some obscure thing going on in the historic district. It's 1 or 2 of our highest priorities. And it took a conversation with a colleague to say, all right, I can't get it done. Can you get it done? To bring it up a week later. And then we all voted on it and said yes. So that's one example of just having a senior member of council ask for a discussion on a key priority of the city and being told we need 5 votes to have that discussion among council. So I would leave there. There's one example. Let me know if you need more.
Okay. So let me just mention this, not as a defense for any action. One of the tenets in policy governance is that for specific issues to be brought to the collective, there needs to be multiple voices requesting it so that it's not just one person bringing something that may be of a personal priority and not shared by the collective. So there's a tension here, and legitimate for you to bring it up, Jay. The question is, and this is where some discernment comes in, is are there other voices that share that sense of priority and importance so that it justifies
I don't know.
that? So I want to just turn that to council members as a whole. That do you share Jay's experience that this is a pattern or that maybe happened in that case?
I don't know the 13-year history or how it was done in the past. But I remember that time. In that instance, I do feel several of us shared that sentiment that we wanted to talk about it, and it had been mentioned before. So I would think, and leaving Jay's statements right there, I would think as a council member, if now I see your point of view, if I wanted to talk about something, that was my conception of a study session. Let's talk. let's discuss an issue, and it's been more structured than I had anticipated, and I think that may be related to this. I think there are many topics, climate change and this community energy plan being one of them, one of our visions, that I think most council members share the desire to discuss this. So what am I saying? I'm saying I would like to discuss certain things, and I thought that's what council would do. I see as part of a process somewhere between.
Okay. So Jay, is part of your point, and that's good you bring it up, then there's maybe some consensus for dialogue. Is part of your point that you're feeling that there's too much control of what gets on and that there's some stifling, or am I putting words in your mouth?
I don't know. All I know is it's different. And it certainly doesn't fit my kind of vision of why I'm sitting around the table. I want to talk about things, and I want 8 other people to know what Jay's thinking about this, because they might learn something. And I wanted what Mike's thinking about something, because I might learn something.
Okay.
And God help me, but I might learn something from Quincy too. I just want to be able to understand, because in that, because I've blown up at council members, and I'll own that. I went occasionally, but in that, I understand a bit where they're coming from when they say the things they say. Another quick example, when I did blow up and it was inappropriate, and I apologize, but after working 10 years to get to a diversity, to get to a LGBTQ ordinance, we came 1 vote away from creating a policy over an ordinance. And the only reason that happened was because we never had a conversation about council about what it took, how we felt, what are we all thinking, what's the real difference that you think about. The only reason that happens is because we didn't have any clue about what everybody else is thinking about.
Yeah.
Or at least in my mind, not enough. So
Okay.
we need more discussion is all I'm saying.
Okay, Lynn?
Yeah, and I think I agree with Jay on the point that there, in particular on our policy priorities, it seems like it would be a valuable step, you know, once we identify top 3, top 5, whatever, that we take the opportunity to then delve into a little bit more about what all of us were thinking when we chose those or put our sticker on the wall.
Mhm.
So, you know, the 5 vote thing, I really appreciate you saying, giving some context to that, Dave, that about policy governance and how it actually works, and that it's important to have enough people around the table who have indicated a desire to talk about that. We've already, with our policy priorities, indicated that. So it seems like it would make sense for at least those to make sure that once we've gone through this prioritization process, that then we establish a place in a study session immediately following, you know, over the next couple of months, that we actually talk together about those issues.
Right. So this really ties into a theme that I had not mentioned yet, but was going to bring up. And a number of you, maybe even a majority of you at one point or another said that I'm experiencing some level of disconnection. Okay. And it was manifesting in that our communication could be better. It could be more deliberate. It could be more in depth so that we can manage our differences better. Now, this showed itself just in comments about just general communication styles. It came across in those who may be of a more conservative bent or more progressive bent who say, I'm just not sure I understand how others who are different than me are thinking. And, you know, I'm not going to blame it on COVID and Zoom, but believe me, it's very difficult to have the kind of dialogue when you're on 9 different screens. It's just a different chemistry. But then, Mr. Mayor, the onus is on you to really push and drive for the quality of dialogue that we need, so that Jay's concern and Lynn's concern, Nikki has spoken to this to a degree, getting the depth of dialogue on Zoom is extra difficult. And that did show up in the survey. So this is an important dynamic that has been surfaced here. Are there more comments around this? Jay, thank you for the way you explained your remarks, your survey remarks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks
So
for
other
letting me
comments
express.
here. Quincy, did your hand go up?
Yeah, I would have to say that, you know, given the opening statements that you made, given the comments that I made a while ago regarding our cohesion, I would think that has played a huge part into what Jay's talking about. Again, you know, we get to sit down every Wednesday and hang out for 45 minutes before our meeting, building our relationships and getting to understand the intricacies of communicating with different people on council. So, you know, as much as I hear Jay's complaint, I think there's a lot to be said, again, for us not having the time to sit down and eat and communicate. That's a part that we cannot overlook. That's a huge part to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Nikki.
I was gonna say, so is there, are we just going to be aware of this issue, or is there a resolution to, if Jay or Lynn or Quincy or I have a something we want to talk about, where does that go? If it's mentioned in a study session, how about we all go, one of our visions, let's talk about affordable housing. Can we have a discussion about this? Because I'm not sure where it's going.
Okay. Quick comment, Nikki, then I want to turn it to Dave Hoekstra. When you have an issue that's important, it's important to surface that in the body.
Mhm.
And Mike, it may be your role as facilitator, or maybe even the mayor's, to say, well, who else is feeling this is pretty important? And getting a sense of the priority so that we're not just dealing with one person's particular issue, but that there's, at least it's shared by some. It does not have to be a majority. So 5-vote rule to get it on the table, no, not for dialogue and exploration. So I'd say you do that, and when you put it on the table, Nikki, you might say, well, who else shares this concern?
Mhm.
Well, I don't want to resolve it now, but can we agree that it's important enough that it should get up on our agenda at some point here? So that's my general comment. And then Dave, you had a comment or question?
Well, just a couple of comments too. I think your use of the word tension is appropriate, because I feel as though there's probably a little tension between our approach here. I think, there's a desire to use the process that we have, and my sense is that Nathan is acutely aware of that. To Jay's example of the climate change issue and the desire for discussion around that, we did have a process in place to sort of deal with that with the committee that Nikki's involved with and others. So I think that there's a perception, rightly so, that we have certain tools to use to address certain things. But I think if I'm assessing what Jay's feeling, and I have a sense of this too, is that our accountability as a board, or whatever we call ourselves, is ultimately to our constituents. And when we feel the need to respond, which, when we get a pretty clear movement of folks bringing an issue to us, we do feel that need to respond. We need to have some sense of not just that process, some of the processes we have in place, but a need to feel within ourselves that we're addressing those problems, and we have an understanding of it, that we mutually agree, as has been said, I'm not saying anything new here, that we mutually agree that there's an importance to this. Being one of the older persons, having hung around here for a while, my recollection is that if anybody ever said, I'd like to talk about this with the group, that it was pretty easy to do that. And that was pre-governance structure days, right? So it may just by default may have been easier. But what I'm hearing now, where if someone brings something up and there's maybe not a majority, but at least some support for the desire to talk about that we need to have an agreement that says if that happens, we're going to do it. And I think that would probably solve a lot of the issues that we're talking about.
Right.
I will now drink coffee.
Okay, Quincy.
So Dave, I guess I'm going to push back just a little bit regarding the before the governance training and after the governance training. We have, and Jay, I'm going to use a couple of examples with you. And
that's good.
Okay, so I go back to the rentals. That was something that was important to you. You brought it to us. This was before we had our governance training. You brought it back up, and we approached that, and we ended up revoting on that, right? So we ended up voting on that. Now, fast forward, governance training, then we go into the deliberation, or I won't say deliberating. What does Whiteman call it? Making sausage. We go into the making sausage process of the mission statement. Now that's after we had the governance training in. And so we have both of these situations where you've presented stuff and we've been able to deliberate a little bit at them and get an understanding and decide if we're going to move forward with those. Again, and I keep repeating myself, I believe that, and I think we're still doing that, but with the parameters that we are working in currently, it makes it difficult for us to do some of these things. We've had meetings cut short. We don't have our pre-council meetings. We've had a lot of time. So we set, so you look at our pre-council meetings, those are what, hour and a half. So you're taking, on top of not being able to sit down and talk with one another, you're taking that pre-council time away as well. So we have been stripped in working with bare necessities, if you will, to be able to navigate through this. So not that your point isn't valid, but there are other forces at work that are allowing us not to be able to do that as efficiently and as effectively as we have in the past, before the governance implementation and after. So that's how I feel about it. And so we move forward beyond COVID, and I guess I would like to see how that progresses, because honestly, I think you'll see things done differently.
Dave, if I may.
Yes, Nathan.
I agree with what Quincy's saying exactly. We have, shortly after we had the advance last year is when COVID hit. And so we did get a lot of our time taken away from us, where we weren't doing study sessions at all for a while. We were looking at just the bare minimum of what was there. But when things started to open up a bit, we actually had a conversation about this as a council. And I put out to the council, I said, hey, if there are particular issues on particular priorities that you would like to address at a study session, let me know, so I can try to gather that plurality of who's interested in having conversations about what. And I received exactly one email in response, and I won't say who that email was from, but I received exactly one email from someone who said that they were interested in priorities and discussing priorities. Actually, I received two. I received a second email or a text message from somebody who said, I'm good. I don't need to talk anymore about these priorities. I felt like my voice was heard at the advance. So I'm more than happy to entertain those kinds of things. I don't see myself as the gatekeeper on those discussions. I see council as the gatekeeper on those discussions. And when we hear that plurality, and whether that's 5, and I recall that conversation, and my thought at the time was 5 is a majority. If there's a majority of the folks that are here that are interested in having that conversation, let's go ahead and do that. And we actually did end up having that conversation at a meeting or two later. So I'm wide open to those kinds of things. And I really like the idea of kind of doing a poll of council of who else is interested in having this discussion, so that we know who that is. And if we come to a consensus to be able to do that, absolutely.
Yeah. I want to recommend something else that I've recommended to some of my executive clients. And I'm going to modify the suggestion that I've given them to an active activity here. And is it possible to have open hours even before a study session? Can you bring your own food to your dinner table and take an hour beforehand? Whether you eat or not, say, we're going to just open up the Zoom channel. Whoever wants to drop in, and let's socialize, let's banter, let's talk about matters city or non-city. If an issue comes up and you want to say, hey, I'm kind of thinking about this, does anybody else have a concern? And Mr. Mayor, you do not need to facilitate it. You would just be kind of a peer among equals. Maybe you or our chief governance officer kind of take some informal notes. So we track what's being said that may be germane to our deliberations and our work. And, you know, I have CEOs who do this and they'll just say, hey, I'm working in my office today and I'm going to just have Zoom open from 2 to 4. If you want to bop in and have a chat and talk, you're welcome to. If nobody does, I'm still doing my work. So I modify it to maybe a collective activity since there's 9 of you plus city manager. Could that be a way to just kind of organically do some relationship work? Meeting some of what, you know, Quincy, I think, has spoken well to, and maybe it brings organically things like that Jay would bring up and test it, say, does this matter to anybody else? And if it does, well, then you've hatched something that should be on the table.
I saw Keith had his hand half up there, and I think I know where he's going with this.
Yes.
It's one thing for CEOs to be able to do it. It creates, the Open Meetings Act creates a difficulty for us in doing that,
Okay.
where whenever we have a quorum present, we need to make sure that we're following the Open Meetings Act in that regard. So, you know, if we were to do that, we'd have to make sure that we allowed for public comment and had and notice those meetings. I'll tell council, I'm at City Hall every Wednesday afternoon from 3 o'clock till about 5 o'clock. My plan initially was that was going to be a time to be able to do those kinds of conversations, and then COVID quickly hit, so it's been much more restricted. But that's when I've been doing Zoom meetings with constituents and others that want to have those conversations, and I have conversations with city manager and assistant city manager at that time, and that always kind of blended into that dinner. And yes, we had that dinner with each other prior to meetings that was not necessarily subject to open meetings, because I think we were all very careful about making sure that we were not discussing issues that related to city business in any manner. So yeah, I like that idea. It's just there's this Open Meetings Act restriction that comes along with that.
And then maybe the adaptation is either of two things. One is you could make it open meeting and people could observe, or two, you just have a boundary on what is talked about, but then we use that informal time to connect and do the relationship things that we I think grieve the loss of, since we don't break bread together. I'm aware I've been on 45 minutes. That was my assigned time. I don't want to artificially cut it, but I'll defer to Keith on this, and maybe asking, is there anything unresolved or that you want to process before I'm done?
I'm just facilitating. I see Scott's raised his hand a few times. So Matt, if you can coordinate with Scott so he's unmuted.
I do not even see Scott on here.
Me either.
I think you're unmuted, Scott, so go ahead.
Oh, I've got him unmuted on my screen, but he looks like he might be frozen.
Oh, I'm here.
He's not frozen. Okay.
Oh, I see him down the corner. All right.
Yep, go ahead, Scott.
So just in looking at our board agenda, we have opportunities for each of us to speak at the end of the meeting. I'm wondering why we're not having dialogue then. Why we're not reporting on our committees, why we're not having some dialogue. I know everybody, and I've heard this multiple times by the same people that are complaining we don't have time to speak with one another, saying, let's get home. Let's close this meeting down. Let's go home. We've been here too long already. Let's rush to close the meeting. So I think we have some blame to for ourselves to that degree. I've also heard people say, I haven't talked to that person for months. For months, we've had an issue, and so I haven't talked with them for months. How do we act as a board if you can't set aside your differences and talk to one another? And if you're coming to this group as part of the governance structure to suggest that we should be all working together and talking together and coming up with solutions for problems for our citizens and our constituents, then you should be talking with one another. Pick up the phone, even if you don't like the person, pick up the phone. You might have political differences. That's fine. Pick up the phone and talk to them. But this having an hour-long conversation this morning about how we should talk about subjects more in depth, but it eludes me a little bit because we have an opportunity at the end of our agenda, and we have an opportunity to pick up the phone. And like the mayor has said, respectfully, he has open hours. You can call him. And we don't need 5 people officially in between meetings, we can have that dialogue at the end of the board meeting and say, look, hey, this is a good subject. If global warming is really a priority for all of us, we should have some open discussion about whether we want it on the agenda and what more we want to talk about. So I just find it eludes me a little bit that we're having even this conversation with some of the people that are bringing the subject up.
I thank you, Scott. I was going to say that about the opportunity at the end of the meeting that we don't, and myself included, don't often take a chance to bring up issues, although I have seen several of our colleagues do that. I also think that I think the opportunity before a meeting, the dinner time is not as, I think, effective for everybody as we're making it sound. I don't find that to be a particularly, I just don't find it to be as effective in getting to know my colleagues as others. I often feel like I need to make sure that I'm ready for the meeting, and so I'm always got that in my mind. So I do think that, to Scott's point, we have opportunities to connect with each other outside of all of our already established processes, and we should be taking advantage of, and we should be doing that. And I think that would go a long way to increasing our communication pre, post, during COVID. We could be doing this. We could have been doing all of this. I did want to just say one, I'm not sure if this is the right place to say it, but one of the questions that I had as I was reading through comments is that, Dave, you mentioned that you felt like there was a substantial amount of trust between, among the board members. But, honestly, when I read through that, I felt like there was a lot of questioning of motivation. Like I read through many of those comments, in fact, circled at least 6 or 7, that essentially said that it established to me that people didn't feel very trusting of the motivations of our colleagues. Mm-hmm. And so I want to make sure that I'm clear about my motivations and my opinions and where those are coming from and all of that, so that people aren't questioning my motivations for supporting a particular topic or issue. So I thought that was, for me, that was concerning.
Okay. My observation about trust was assumptions about people's intentions and core integrity. Now, is there full safety to air differences? And do we do it well? There are barriers. So yeah, it's a both and, Lynn, and it's good to really ask that question. How safe are we? How vulnerable are we with each other? And there's limits, as you suggest from the comments.
One more.
Nikki.
Yeah, and COVID's been tough, but I'm a fan of sticky notes, and on my computer I have a sticky note, and I think it was one of Keith's communications to us. And there's a saying, how to remain visionary while under high stress. And I think that's what we are feeling. And I just have to remember that as I move along and do my work. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why it's stressful.
Okay. Mike?
We have to remember that in one of Keith's other famous sayings is no surprises. We do have the opportunity at the end of the meeting to bring up subjects. People have done that in the past. But to have a meaningful dialogue, I think, is what part of the governance model is all about. Come prepared to have that discussion. Because if you have it on the table, you know that it's coming, you're going to have a lot less emotional reaction and having a more meaningful dialogue as opposed to just chatter back and forth. I started my 25th year yesterday on council.
Wow.
Jay, you're absolutely right. It's been 2 or 3 different ways that things have gone, depending on who the city manager was, who the mayor was, things like that. We've ebbed and tide, but we've also, and I think the 3 more senior members can relate that there were numbers of hours that were wasted. We kind of looked at each other saying, why are we discussing this, and why are we doing this dialogue, and why don't we have some more meaningful conversation, because we weren't prepared, because all of a sudden it came out of the blue. I don't know that there's any stifling, or there has never been any attempt to stifle any conversation. But we also have to remember, once a decision is made, that's it. You can bring it back up again, but just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean that you have been cut off from that conversation. We are 9 different people. We are 9 different minds. We have 9 different areas of the city. 6 different areas of the city to take care of. I am extremely proud of this group, the diversity that we have on it. I like the depth of conversations that we have, but I don't like hearing that we're not allowing people to have the conversation. I'm sorry, I have not seen that. My whole, and Jay, I appreciate what you're saying. I have made some notes here. I think the 5-vote rule came out simply to say, and it was parallel to saying, okay, who else wants to talk about this? Maybe that was the simplistic way to put it, whatever the case may be. But we need to have a consensus for conversation, as Dave has said and many other people have said here. So I broke my own rule today. I was going to sit back and just observe. I just couldn't do it anymore on this one. So I'm looking forward to having the conversation. I'm looking forward to having back some of the relations. And Lynn, if nothing else, it's just the social interaction. And yes, you're absolutely right. There are other avenues, but I miss that. If not just seeing people sitting around that table, you're looking at a different context than what we're about to go into for the business of the city. It's an entirely different environment. I think it transitions you from the life that you just came out of to the life you're going to be in for the next couple of hours. It's that little buffer there, and that over the years has meant immensely a lot to me. It's given me time to clear my mind and go on to the next step. But all right, I'm done.
Thank you. Jay, I'd like you to comment, and then Raul, you've been quiet. After Jay's said his piece, I'm just curious where you are in your inner thoughts. So thanks for considering that. Jay, go ahead.
I made the suggestion before, I want to make it again. I think the majority of this conversation could be avoided if we simply, as a council, said immediately after our retreat, the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 priorities that come out that we all just agreed on become very quickly a matter of a study session, so that council is able to get out more than putting a dot on something and how deep they want to go and how big a chunk they want to take and what it means to them and where they are philosophically on a priority that we just all said we're going to move forward. Right now, that goes right to a budget and into a business plan with no discussion. So the discussion I think we need to have, and I would make this recommendation again, is that we simply take our priorities and put them on a study session while they're still fresh in our minds. And I think that would eliminate a lot of the frustration that I think I'm feeling, and apparently others have a little bit of it. So just think about that. I think that would be helpful. it'd be a really solid way for us to move forward right after the retreat.
Mhm.
I'm done. Thank you. Thanks for letting me voice those opinions. Thank you.
And in terms of the governance process and whether council agrees with that, Jay, I think it's a very helpful process suggestion, and you're speaking very cleanly to what you need. And that's, everybody should be trying to do that. Thank you.
I always do that.
You do your best. Raul, can you weigh in?
Yeah. Thanks for calling me out, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of my sentiments have already been stated, which is part of the reason I stayed back. But to Jay's point, just to comment on this last one, I do think that it's important that we have those dialogues immediately following our retreat, or at least right sequentially after that, so that we do know that where we're at, because the rest of the year is yet ahead of us. We're adopting that for the coming year, so we have a couple months before the new fiscal priorities come into play. So I think that's, I mean, it seems obvious. And again, this is the second time. I mean, we've done this retreat in this way for 2 years. This will be year number 3, but it'll be completely different. And so I think there's something to say about that. This year has been unique. I mean, we can't ignore that. And I think we're all aware of that. Maybe not entirely of the impact that it's actually had on each of us individually, but us collectively. But I do think also with what Scott mentioned, we do have, I think, some ownership that we need to take, because there is space in the process. There is space in kind of the structure to name some of these priorities, and whether it has to be a 5 vote. I mean, I don't know if that's policy, but I think there is a space at the end of each meeting for us to get a sense, right? And we do this, getting the temperature of the room often, right, without coming to a decision, but at least to get a sense of, is this something that we need to have dialogue about on any given issue? That space is there at the end of each meeting, and I think if we feel that strongly about certain things, then we should have the liberty and the courage to say it there, and also I think the respect to listen at that point and do something about it. But we do have, I mean, as I think about this year, I mean, we've had a number of study sessions that we've canceled because we had nothing pressing, and part of it was COVID related. Part of it, I think, we're just happy to have that relief of an extra night off. But there is space to have dialogue that I think, if we really wanted to, we could.
So Raul, you are very articulate. I wish for council you would speak up more quickly, because you really bring good insight here. Before we end, I'm going to just issue an encouragement or a challenge to each of you on council. Scott, you stepped into it so well, and you named a behavior that you find counterproductive or lack of helpful behavior. If there's one way to build trust and deepen your connection, and that is point out when there's behavior that gets in the way, okay? And maybe I'll say, point out the behaviors that are not occurring that you want to see happen. And it's not personal to call out an individual member here, but just say, we're not doing something that I believe we need, and I need this. Can we do it? So this is an important part of building a team, and it's practicing the behavior. And we have a couple of big themes here about what we're not doing that we need. So I'm going to ask each of you to keep this in mind and to point out, where do things happen that get in your way of functioning well as a public servant? So we've been at an hour. I don't know how much more time, Mr. Manager, we want to go here, or are we at the point we should transition?
Yeah, so 2 things I'd like to say, Dave. One, just on this conversation, great, and thank you. And I want to be perfectly clear on something, and I'm going to lean on something that the mayor talked about, where he kind of facilitates conversations with you, which is in the governance model, and quite frankly, in our charter model, that's his responsibility. Yeah. So I know sometimes, I'll name it, sometimes I feel like, or sometimes I wonder if people point at me as city manager of what goes on agendas. And while there is absolutely a role, because we're bringing things to council to act upon,
Mhm.
I rely on and lean on the mayor to have those conversations amongst you that you've just had, so that if you want to put something on an agenda, I don't view that as my role.
Mhm.
I rely on the mayor to do that. So that's a conversation with you, which is why this conversation just happened amongst yourself. So
Mhm.
if there is something that you're settling through, that basically I don't view myself as being part of that conversation. So I just want to be, I want to name it and say that. And I think that aligns perfectly with what the governance is. So, so for those of you that want to have conversations about that, I would say direct those in particular to the mayor or mayor pro tem or chief governance officer, because that's where that conversation relies. Then I would
I'm
say
always open to that.
we do have, so I'm happy to. And then the other thing, just Dave, in the transition, I think we could have a couple more minutes if we need to, or we could come back to this also. You know, I don't think Dave Minema wants to hang around all day. We do have our citizen survey people on the line, Julie and Jacob, but like, I don't think we have to be in a, maybe if it takes a couple minutes to wrap up, I think that's perfectly fine, Dave.
Okay, Quincy.
I just want to say this comment really quickly. Given what Jay said in his last statement about going over after we leave our advance, to take the time to go over what we've discussed to give some clarity, a little bit of clarity. And, you know, during that time, so we've done this in the past, and during that time, we have, I guess, narrowed down things that we went over in our advance by doing it in a study session. At sometimes our perception, I know for me, my perception was changed, and sometimes a better understanding and clarity of what we were actually doing. Because I remember over the years, over my handful of years, I'm not celebrating a 25 anniversary today, but over that course of time, I was able to delineate from where I was to a different standpoint. And at times we even knock some things off of that list to not overburden some. And I think this year, again, that would be good, because I stated last week that I don't want to overburden our city employees. I don't want them to be, I guess, so to do that and see where we can cut the fat off, so to say, I think would be a great idea. Streamlining. It's always best to do all the work up front,
Yep.
in my opinion. So I just,
Dave, I don't know if you can see Scott's wanting to make a comment there.
Oh, no, Scott, your kind of figure is dark, and so I'm not recognizing you quickly. My apologies.
All right, thank you. First I want to congratulate Mike. I didn't know that, so that's wonderful. A quarter century is a long time, so. But anyways, I would suggest, I would agree with Mr. Peters, Councilman Peters, that if you recall back during strategic planning, we put all those dots up there. I was one of the first ones that said, okay, when are we going to talk about this? And we were told later, you know, we'll talk about this later, but we just need to get the prioritization. Well, if I can't understand why you prioritized it, maybe we should have that. We need to have that dialogue, because I don't understand where some of our fellow council members are coming from. Some of these things are really big issues on a global level more than a city level. So how do we speak to issues on a global level versus a city level? And how do we prioritize these global levels versus city issues that the councils are responsible for directly for every day-to-day operations? So I would encourage that all of us agree to that we have to have more dialogue on these issues.
Thank you, Scott. Other comments? Questions?
Well, I'm going to jump in there, Dave. I think that was an appropriate pause, and just thank you, Dave. I'm a little concerned. I didn't hear, I know Jay said that he didn't give that document. Was that, did people get that email? Do we need to send that back out? I want to make sure that everyone,
Oh, I got it.
okay, just
Got it.
let me, let
I
Dave, let
may have
Sandy
missed
know.
it.
I forwarded it to him today too, so.
Thank you.
He should have it.
Thank you.
Okay. So Dave, thank you very much. Of course, now you're welcome as an honorary Holland citizen of old to stick with us through this day. But otherwise, I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone. Thank you for your time this morning, but also your continued investment in the city and council and this governance model.
And my final comment will be one of thanks and a quasi-political one to say, I wish Lansing and Washington would endeavor to practice governance the way you are. This is such a model of good conduct and process. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, we are going to transition, and Matt is pulling up, and then I think we're all right. Julie Ornay and Jacob Kelly are joining us from the Frost Center for data and research at Hope College. You had information not only in the packet about the results that they have pulled together for us, but also both Julie and Jacob are going to give kind of an overview for all of us today. So Julie, let me just say, Julie has been fantastic to work with through this process. You'll recall that this is really something that I have strongly recommended to council that we get into a process where we do this every 2 years. I think it's a very important touch point of data that we bring into our system. And I've been very impressed doing these citizen surveys in other places that the Frost Center does it right. They know how to use methodologies and processes and analysis to make sure that this is a statistically significant survey, instead of sometimes what we see is just like, well, whoever happened to respond to the survey, and then somehow that means, you know, which is not statistically significant. And I think we've had some great conversations about that. I'm sure Julie could answer any further questions on that. But I will stop talking and I will hand it over to Julie. And I know that Matt is going to kind of drive for Julie in the background in our wonderful Zoom environment. So thanks, Julie.
Welcome. Can everyone hear me all right? Thumbs up. Awesome. Great. Well, thanks so much for inviting me to this format. I'm excited to be able to share the results of the resident survey. So I'm also joined today by Jacob Kelly. Jacob is a senior at Hope and has been an integral part of putting all of this data into kind of a new format for you guys, which is an online dashboard that we're hoping will be a bit more functional for you. So, all right, go ahead, Matt. Oh, can we go back up one? Sorry. There we go. Thanks so much. So today, this just kind of gives you a little bit of an overview as to where we're going with this presentation. So hopefully we'll start with some methodology, kind of explaining some of the processes in which we did to accomplish our data collection and our analysis, and then go to the aggregated survey results. My apologies, we have this great looking dashboard for you, but we ended up, because of Zoom, putting things kind of into a PowerPoint just so you're not like hearing me say, oh, Matt, no, click over here. No, Matt. so we're attempting to make this easy for ourselves. But the dashboard is much more functional than a PowerPoint. Then we'll look at our open-ended response themes. And then finally, we'll get into the dashboard and Jacob will kind of show you some of the functionality there and then how to do some demographic breakdowns and whatnot. So methodology. So this was a phone call survey to a stratified random sample of Holland residents to their landlines and to cell phone numbers. We received 486 responses and our margin of error was just under 5%, so 4.43% margin of error. Once collected, we weighted the data using a raking method, and that just kind of allows you to use multiple variables at a time to make sure that what you end up with demographically within your sample looks very similar to what it looks like from the Holland community, like what the Holland community looks like demographically. So it's just making sure that our responses reflect the city's population. We also asked 3 open-ended questions. Those were, what do you like most about living in the city of Holland? What would you change about living in the city of Holland? And then the third, what are going to be some of the big upcoming local issues within the next couple of years? So those responses were separated into themes by 2 analysts. And then we tested those for reliability, making sure that the analysts were coding them the same way. As you can imagine, there could be multiple themes within each comment. And then another just note I wanted to bring up about the demographic breakdowns is that so there's a number of demographic breakdowns within the dashboards. You can look at those that spend more than 30% of their income on their housing or less, or, you know, there's some age breakdowns. 2 of those breakdowns are race and ethnicity. So we did this kind of the way that the US Census asks the race and ethnicity questions. So we asked ethnicity as Hispanic, Latino, or non-Hispanic Latino. And then we asked the race, the 5 like standard race questions. But then because we didn't have that many within those categories, we wanted to kind of shrink up those categories a bit for confidentiality's sake. And so we have persons of color, white, and null or non-response. And so the persons of colors within our racial categories were those that identified as Black or African American, American Indian or Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. So that's our person of color. And then we have white and null. And null are those that responded as either, let me make sure here, other, none, or refused. So now we're just going to get into kind of a high level overview of the survey responses here. So this question asked respondents their general city ranking. So as a place to live, where would they rank Holland? And so it was just over 50%, I believe, ranked Holland as an excellent place to live. And then almost the rest, I think it was 44%, ranked Holland as a good place to live. And really there was very few fair or poor. And then what you see in the circle here is the average. So that was a 1.56 with 1 being excellent. And then our next question asked people about 3 different geographies in which they live. So the city of Holland, the state of Michigan, and the country, and asked them if they felt like it was going in the wrong direction or the right direction. And so 1 was the wrong direction, and that's that green color on the left. And then 5 is going in the right direction with the blue color on the right. And so there was much greater numbers of respondents that said that they felt City of Holland was going in the right direction versus the country. And so you can see those means in the circles, that it was a mean of 3.93 for the City of Holland, that dropped down to 3.36 for the state of Michigan, and then a 2.34 for the country. We also asked how they would rank city amenities and services. So very poor to very good. The top ranking, or the top ranked one, was fire department and EMT response, with an average ranking of 4.67. Went down from there to city parks, downtown, spring and fall cleanup, all ranked very high. And I also want to say that all of them ranked very high, with your lowest ranking at a 3.76. But the lowest ranking was the downtown parking. Just up from that was the enforcement of property maintenance. As you look longitudinally, which you do have some of that on your executive summary, I want to offer the caveat that the methodology was slightly different this way from the last time that we did this. Our weighting was a little bit different. So it's not exactly apples to apples, but at the same point, a lot of the things that ranked worst in the past are some of the still the same things that are continuing to be at the bottom of the list. Okay, so then we also asked respondents how they would allocate city resources. So with 1 meaning devote less resources, and then 5 meaning devote more resources, where do they feel that these items should fall within the list? So the average ranking, so those that feel like, so we probably should have reversed this list, but that's easy to do on the dashboard. But the ones that they felt like should receive more resources are the ones at the bottom. So the affordable housing, other is first, but that's because we just didn't have that many people that responded with something. And they felt strongly with something that they did respond with. But then other than that, it was affordable housing, which they felt should receive more resources. Environmental and sustainability issues, also top of the list there. And then equity, diversity, inclusion initiatives, those are also important. Downtown development was at the bottom of the list for these items, as well as recreation for adults and street maintenance. We also asked about the level of trust with 5 particular areas within the city. People overwhelmingly trust the Holland Fire Department, with a huge majority of them saying that they rated that as a 5. So that was a 4.6. Oh, my screen thing's in the way. 4.65, saying that they average that they trust the Holland Fire Department. Holland Police Department was just after, was 4.17, and then Holland Board of Public Works was very similar, 4.15. City council members were the least trusted, however, still pretty high, 3.82.
Better be careful there, Julie. I mean,
I know. I shouldn't have brought that up. Sorry.
We'll hire you back.
Let's ignore that number at the bottom.
And sorry, Dave Koster. I think you owe Matt Messer lunch. I think there was a side bet on the trust between departments there. So
it's close.
You know, I would like to interrupt really quick. Can you go back to, that slide right there? With all of the defund the police, things that are going on right now. I spoke about this earlier in the year when George Floyd was murdered at the hands of a law enforcement officer, that Holland is different than most communities. And looking at this graph right here, it shows that, it proves that out, that Holland not only is different, but they are the bar. They set the bar for a lot of communities. And now, as I say that, there's with the brain doctor, there's data to back that up. And we have professionals in this arena to back that up as well. So again, kudos to our public safety, fire department, and Holland Police Department. Thank you.
Great. We also asked a series of diversity, equity, and inclusion questions. These were new for us this year. And so it was a rate your level of agreement with the following statements type of question. So the statement that was least agreed with was Holland is open and accepting of people from diverse backgrounds. Still fairly high, it was a 3.55 average rating. And then the one that's most agreed with was I am treated fairly and equitably in Holland. We also asked some questions, and these were yes or no questions about group interactions. And so I believe it was within the last 12 months, have you interacted in a meaningful way within the city of Holland? So we had kind of a lot of extra portions in there, but we wanted to make sure that these interactions occurred within the city of Holland, and they weren't just a little brush by or something like that with somebody, that they actually like had a conversation or interacted in a meaningful way with somebody who had a physical observable disability, was from a different sexual orientation, had different religious beliefs or different political opinions. And so the ones that had the observable disability, so people were least likely to agree with somebody or with interacting with someone with an observable disability. So least likely to have those interactions. And then most likely to have interactions with somebody from a different race or ethnicity from them. But all still pretty high, over 70% for all of those different categories. Then we also asked a series of questions about civic engagement. So if they've attended a city council meeting, attended a public meeting about a city matter, those types of things. So visited downtown was most frequent. And then I believe the attended the city council meeting was something that people least were likely to do. With only 15.7% of them saying that they attended. And then city communication, we asked 2 items here. The city of Holland gathers feedback from residents on new policies or projects. That was kind of a mixed bag with a 3.32 average. A lot of people saying 3 or 4, so kind of that intermediate response. And also the same thing for the next one. The City of Holland keeps citizens informed about community issues and initiatives. A slightly higher average, but still kind of in that mix. We also asked people about their news sources. So the Holland Sentinel was the most popular news source, with 17% of respondents replying that way. And then the city YouTube page only had 1.7% of respondents, or of responses actually, because they were able to click multiple responses. We also asked about city taxes and services, and over 85% of residents would elect to keep the city services as they are now. And then with 38% indicating they would do that even if it meant raising taxes. So this is one of the open-ended responses, and this was, what do they most like about living within the City of Holland? So most often somebody responded with something pertaining to friends, family, or community. Second most common was the natural environment. So that could mean, was most often the beach, access to Lake Michigan, those types of things. People also mentioned downtown very frequently. And then the attributes was something that could either be an attribute of people, so it's a nice community, people are kind here, or it could be an attribute of the town that hasn't been mentioned elsewhere. People also really mentioned the parks or recreation possibilities quite a bit. And then conveniences, that was something like, there was a lot of different types of responses here, but something about like how they have all of the stores they need, or the traffic wasn't bad, or they're able to get from one side of the town to the other pretty quickly, those types of things. So things that make living here convenient. And then economic, a little farther down the list here, economic meant could be job opportunities, it could be a strong local economy, any of those types of things.
Good question.
Yeah.
Could you explain count of extract on the bottom of the graph?
Yeah, sorry. Yep. So, yeah, that's not termed very well. Sorry. So that's just like the frequency or the count of those themes, but that is something to note because we had the two analysts and they didn't necessarily count them all of the same. That is the combination from the two analysts. So we had close to 500 people respond to the survey, but that would be like 1,000 people for the two analysts, you know? So this is about, so that top one that has 250, 260-ish or something, you could almost like divide that in half for the response, for the actual responses, but because the analysts aren't necessarily coding them the exact same way, that's why we had to kind of keep them as doubled almost, you know, so each comment received 2 codes.
Thanks.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
So in a way, Julie, approximately 25% of the people made some type of comment saying that friends, family, community was something they liked about living in Holland. If I'm doing my math.
Yes. Yep.
So 500 people, 260 divided by 2.
Yep.
So about 25% of the people, when they kind of gave you a kind of a list of things, about 25% of them said friends, family, community.
Yep. Okay. So then we also asked what they would most likely, or what they would most like to change about living in the city of Holland. The first one had, and we saw all sorts of responses here, but many of them dealt with a lack of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that could be wish Holland was more diverse, wish Holland was more accepting of this population or that population. Those types of things we all kind of combined into one. Other complaints, we just had a lot of just kind of random things, the squirrels, the signs, you know, things like that. So we kind of just lumped those into the other complaints category. Community issues were things like, there could be some like gangs, trying to think what else they put in there. Could be like, wish we had more after school programs for the kids that seem bored after school. I wish there was more programming for adults with disabilities. You know, it was kind of a random bag of things. So those, gentrification, that was another one. So community issues, there was just kind of a bunch of things like that. Affordable housing, as we saw in the close-ended responses too, that was a big point for people. Attributes of people, similar to what they like most about Holland. This could be something that they don't like about Holland too. So sometimes we saw people are closed-minded or people are this or that. So those types of things. City amenities and structures, that can actually be like one of the structures, not enough parking, not enough this or that. And then the services and upkeep were more like the maintenance, streets, roads, that type of thing. Let me see what else is here. Increased community. Oh yeah, increased community amenities, events or attractions. So, you know, and that could even be like, wish they had more restaurants or things like that. You can skip the next one. Sorry. No, that's, yeah. Yeah, and then the local issues. So these were, in the next couple of years, what's going to be some of the biggest local issues. And so affordable housing was up there, along with, I should have termed this diversity, equity, and inclusion. It wasn't just the diversity piece, but similar to the last question too. Finances and economy. I think a lot of people kind of put that together with COVID of like, what's going to happen to the economy post-COVID. Safety, there were some people concerned about safety, you know, crime in the area. And then education, public schools, that was something too. And then COVID and the aftermath of COVID-19 was after that. Infrastructure and waterfront development, that was kind of the BPW and Padnos area. And then the water levels, which you'll see down farther, was the Lake Michigan water levels. Congestion, that was also something that was more about like the traffic or construction, stuff like that. And yeah, I think the rest of those are pretty self-explanatory. And now next, Jacob is actually going to help us kind of look at the dashboard and see some of the functionality here. So all of those graphs that you just saw are available on the dashboard. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to see this or not, but you can kind of see the ways in which you can interact with this data yourself. Jacob, you here?
Oh, he's muted.
Oh.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, I don't know if it was a connection issue. I got kicked out at some point when I was let back in. I couldn't unmute myself, so thanks for that. So yeah, thanks for the intro, Julie. Yeah, so just kind of first off the bat, a couple quick kind of overview of, you know, why Tableau, why the dashboard and story format in Tableau. One, just data accessibility. You can put it on Tableau Public, which is online and then just available to anyone. You know, with internet connection, you know, any citizens can just very easily access it. And then also the second piece is more unique to Tableau. What makes Tableau a good tool is that it's not just a static document like a PDF or PowerPoint, like Julie alluded to earlier. It's dynamic, it's interactive and customizable for whatever the particular viewer wants to see and wants to look for, as far as how did people overall respond? How did this group of people respond to this type of question, that sort of thing. So yeah, thanks, Matt, for going to. So he is currently on the first, the changes in my city, state, and country slide that Julie alluded to earlier. So yeah, Matt, if you could just hover over any one of those colored bars right now. Yeah, that one's good. So if you are looking at this and you might be thinking, okay, what exactly does this mean? So on the left-hand axis, you know, it shows the groups for City of Holland, State of Michigan, and the country. And all of those bars show, you know, 100% of the respondents. And yeah, just leave the mouse hovering right there. So if you're curious and you're wondering, like, okay, what do each of these bars mean? You can hover over any one of the bars and this tooltip will appear, which shows more details and gives you more information. So for example, for all the respondents who are replying about what they think about the state of Michigan, This shows that 172 respondents gave it a 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 of going in the wrong versus the right direction. And then it also displays that that is 39.6% of the respondents. One quick thing to note, the percentages are always this, on these plots are always horizontally referenced. So that's 39.6% of all people replying about the state of Michigan. It's just one important thing to note. And then the circles, as Julie already kind of mentioned before, those refer to the means, and very helpfully in the tooltip, even if you don't remember that, or you're like, oh, what are those circles again? You can just hover your mouse and it'll tell you exactly and very clear, very clearly, average response is a 3.96 for City of Holland. The axes, the two axes, horizontal axes on the top and the bottom, also correspond to the averages and the proportions of respondents respectively. So up top, you got a 1 to 5 scale, which is referring to the mean, because the respondent's obviously responding on a scale of 1 to 5. So the mean will be somewhere in 1 to 5. And then down below, you have percentages, which correspond to how wide the different colored bars are, representing what percentage of respondents replied that given number on a scale of 1 to 5 for whether it's Holland or Michigan or the country. So Matt, if you could go to the next slide, which is same information, but entitled details. So so the nice thing is that the headings direct the user to select the level of detail they want. So under the select a statement, if you click that drop-down menu, it'll give you City of Holland, State of Michigan, or the country. And you would, if you click through those, you would notice that it just gives you a blown up version of all the bars we saw on the previous slide because the demographic is currently selected to all. And so, since we're presenting to the City of Holland Council, let's stay on Holland. And now if you click on this, you can look at any of the demographic breakdowns that you'd like. So we got the ethnicity that, that Julie talked about, education level, age, whether you rent or own your housing, a couple others. Yeah, and then it would break down, now all this for City of Holland, what people think about the City of Holland based on any number of breakdowns for, and you can see State of Michigan, you can see the country, all those sorts of things. And all the same useful detail features apply as far as, you can hover over any one of the bars, any one of the average circles, and it'll give you, how many people replied, that answer, what percentage that is for whether it's Michigan, Holland, or the country, and within that particular demographic group. So you can get very detailed. It's very interactive, which is very useful in that way. There's only 6 demographic groups, so we could look through them all fairly quickly. But going back to the City of Holland, since this is we are presenting to Holland City Council, and like I just said, the interactivity is a useful part of it. Are there any particular demographics for the City of Holland that any members of the council would like to look at in a little more detail, spend a couple minutes just kind of perusing, looking at?
Looks like you've done well there, Jacob. And I know I've had some comments that council has been digging into this since we sent this out. And just the difference between with this Tableau format, just the difference that people can dig into the data here instead of having Julie, to put this in some kind of a report format probably would be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages, which just is not user friendly at all. So just having the robustness of data here is fantastic. And just so council knows also that we will be putting this out on our website. So anyone that wants to dig into this, so exactly what Jacob's kind of walking you through here is will be available to anyone. And my vision for this, should council agree to continue to contract with the Frost Center every couple years, is that over time that we'll just build this. So let's just say in 2030, someone wants to look at the citizen survey the results, they would be able to see the one from 2020 and then the one from 2022 and the one from 2024 and so on. So just fantastic work and presentation and data.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I do have one question.
Yeah.
So where is the information of like the breakdown of those that were surveyed? So I'm obviously you can break down the like each one of the categories or the questions.
Oh yeah, the actual demographics.
Right, like what percentage of different people were kind of in those
categories?
Yeah,
we can work to put that somewhere too. We don't have that in here because our weighting was fairly robust. What we ended up with weight wise looked a little bit different than what we actually collected, but we can work to provide you that for sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just wanted to make a very quick comment. So being in the field that I'm in, data is critical, and looking at this is expansive. This is very well done. Greatly appreciate it. Looking at everything overall, so that like Keith was saying, you know, you can deep dive into this pretty good. So this is a good tool for us to look at as a council and as a community as well. One of the things I think it will show over the course of time as we continue to get information is just the progress. So it's really good to see that.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think we quite knew what we were getting into when we started it, but now that it's built, it'll be easier to just add things in now. So Jacob definitely didn't know what he was getting into when we hired him. So thank you, Jacob. He has done a great job of working with this data.
Thanks, Julie. I appreciate it. It was, yeah, you're great to work with. And it's great to see the finished product. So.
Just a few other comments kind of wrapping it up, and I don't like anyone that wants to jump into just emphasizing also that Julie and by extension Jacob did a great job too, where we took our time to make sure that we wanted to craft the questions in a certain way and lean on the expertise of Julie and her team. So when I say that we do this year after, you know, biannually, I always use the wrong word there, but every other year, the intent also is that, you know, we're going to ask the same questions, because Quincy, when you say the year after year, you don't want to keep changing things up, because then you can't measure yourself against yourself.
Exactly.
So just know that that's one thing that we're going to really be looking at also. And then when we wrap up here, I think Matt's going to show a slide, and I made sure that Julie was okay with me showing this slide at the end, because what I still want to try to capture a little bit more is do some benchmarking. So it's like, there's always the element of, okay, so we're at a, 4.17 on a 5-point scale. Like, that's great. What does that mean though? Well, it means something as it relates to us year after year, but also what does that mean to other communities? So Matt's going to pull up a screen here that isn't perfect, right? But we found this from the city of Des Moines that had just completed a citizen survey also in 2020, and kind of talked about, and it was just a simple slide that it was like, okay, rate your overall levels for, in this case, the city of Des Moines, and then they were able to pull a national average. Now, I'm just going to, I think we can pull some information off this slide, but it isn't statistically significant, or don't take it too far, right? But I wanted to kind of put our numbers in context, right? So the question they asked in Des Moines wasn't exactly the way we asked the question. So you have to kind of discount it maybe for there. And obviously we did on a 5-point scale. So you'd have to multiply our numbers by 20 to convert it into a percentage. But, you know, pick fire, police, parks, safety, garbage collection, you know, not only to Des Moines, but especially to those national averages on some of those. You can get a sense of then kind of, okay, what does our number mean in the larger community? So that's one thing that I want to continue to maybe try to figure out in a more scientific way between now and hopefully when we do this in 2022. I see Lynn has a question, if we can unmute her.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Keith, you and your staff for getting this completed in time for this, for today. Because I know we had a discussion last year about the timing of this survey, and because of the election, and we wanted to make sure that we were going to get the enough responses, but really to make an effort so that we could see this for this event. I feel like that was the conversation we had. So I just really appreciate having this today. I think it's going to be it'll be really helpful.
Thanks, Lynn, but all that credit goes to Julie and Jacob.
Thank you, Julie and Jacob.
You're welcome.
Well, excellent. If there isn't anything else, and you always have to have longer pauses in the Zoom world, it seems like, but Julie, Jacob, you're free. The sun is shining. Hope you have fantastic days.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It was great working with you guys.
All right. I think we're doing relatively well. We're running a little bit long, but that's fine. The next thing on the agenda, I'll tell you from my perspective, is intended. I think we put like a half hour or so for it. It can go as long as council would like it to be, but from my perspective, it was intended to be relatively quick. It's just that check-in kind of in our process where we take a look at what I call the strategic plan items versus the business plan items. And kind of in strategic planning, it would be the strategic plan items you try to kind of be foundational, and they certainly can change, but you're probably not going to tweak those every year, right? And then the further that you work through, if you would, that funnel, then you get more and more to things that possibly change every year. And then that is where you transition from the strategic plan to the business plan. So Matt's just going to scroll through here. And if you would, on that funneling effect, right? The thing way at the top of that funnel is the vision statement for your organization. So, and then right beyond that is the mission statement. So those, because they're both up on the screen, I hope that you're all familiar with, and those are the vision and the mission statements that we have. So I'm not going to do anything other than that, then throw that back to council and say, check-in point.
I would go on record again and just comment that it seems to me our vision has morphed a little bit to where we seems like we ought to talk a little bit about our commitment to diversity and our commitment to sustainability, because those are our priorities. I think they will be for some time, and there's no real mention of that. And to me, that means more than a world-class community on a beautiful lakefront. Most of the town isn't on a lakefront. So it's never ring true to me. It still doesn't. I'll say it. That's all I'm going to say about it. Thank you.
And I agree, at some point we need to work on this. We started it last year, and it was such a discussion that it really needs to be separate, and maybe with a committee.
Well, it's my memory that we did have a discussion at a study session, and I think it was you, Jay. I had an expectation that you were going to, and I think the group agreed to, and correct me if I'm wrong, the group agreed to revisit this. And then I had an expectation that you were going to present something at a follow-up council meeting, and that didn't happen. So I wondered if I misunderstood that conversation, because we did have quite a long conversation at a study session last year about this.
You know, in reflecting on that, I did commit to that, but subsequent to that, it seemed like such an uphill battle, and I've just found another bigger fish to fry with what's got my attention right now. So
Okay.
if people really overwhelmingly want to charge me with that, I would need some city staff, or we'd have to work on it a little bit, but I would take it on. But I'm just sensing that it's just not one of those things we want to get into. And I'll grab the energy if I need to, but right now I'm just into other things. But if everybody wants to do it, I will do it. Trust me.
Quincy's been waving his hand there a second, Dave. I want to make sure we're fair to him on this.
Mute Quincy.
I'm sure brother Peters does not. He probably knows exactly where I'm going with this, and I think we have spent close to 12 hours or more on this subject. In my opinion, this is a dead subject. We did charge you with this a little while ago, and there was nothing that came of it. And again, you know, we've talked about this numerous times, and the horse is dead, in my opinion, again.
Yeah, that's fair.
Dave had his hand up, and then I think Scott wanted to get muted at some point as well.
Well, I just wanted to say, I remember the process that this vision statement came out of. It was a long time ago. There were a number. Strangely enough, it came out of a committee structure. You don't know what to do, you make a committee, right? And I remember that process, and it was a long process to come up with this. So if we want to revisit it, and I would suggest it's not a bad thing to do, we should revisit our, you know, what we're about, what our statements are in regard to that from time to time. I wouldn't put it on one person. I would, and as much as I hate appointing new committees, I think that looking at this probably deserves a little bit larger structure. So I yield the floor.
Scott?
Yeah, so I think I was the one that proposed that to Councilman Peters when he brought it forward. And I said, well, you know, Councilman Peters, if you feel like that, I would support you. And I advocated with the rest of the council members to allow that to occur the following month, and nothing came of it. And it was such a priority at that time to change it, to make, and just like it is now, again, I just don't know if it's a priority. We still don't even have any words today. Even if you said, what is exactly you want to change? I still don't know what you want to change. I know you don't like it. I get that, Councilman Peters. I know you don't like it. You don't think it reflects us, but what is the word you might change? And I don't get a sense that we have anything from you, or some of the other.
Here's my comment to that.
Some of the other members are suggesting that. So I appreciate the fact that you would like that, but at some point we do have to move forward with this mission statement.
I appreciate that, and I will own the fact that I just walked away from it, and it's largely because of the comments we're having right now. We've got bigger fish to fry in this city, and to spend a lot of time convincing people that we need it, and to put a lot of time into that, I'm guilty. I walked away from it, but I will say this: the vision and mission statement for a community, for an organization, for everybody. It's on our website, and it's one of the first things. It's your first opportunity to introduce your community to somebody who's never had it. And all I can say is I think Dave's point about having been done 10 or maybe 12 years ago now, I think that the citizens and the city we owe them a better way to introduce our city to people for the first time than those two statements. And you know what? I'm not inclined to get involved when we're happy with it, or we just, well, leave it, it's dead, leave it. Well, that's not the purpose of this statement. There's a reason why people work so hard on these things, and there's a statement about where you are in your particular world and what you see and where you're going and what you believe in. And I just think it falls short, but I'm hearing enough. I'm hearing it in the tone that we're happy with it. So you know what? I will never bring it up again. Somebody else wants to do, you want to get a committee together? I support it.
Why?
Well, I don't really hear that's the consensus around the table. And I would agree with Dave that things evolve, and it's, you don't want to tweak a vision statement all that often, but if you feel like the organization has evolved, then it's worth having a conversation about, and maybe it's a smaller group initially, and we move forward like that, then getting input from the larger group. But I would agree that it would be worth taking a look at it again, just to make sure that it represents what we see ourselves as.
Quincy and then Nikki.
All right, I'm going to go on record again saying I don't want to broach that again. There have been so many meetings where this has been brought up. And one of the things was, one of the arguments were it was based off of the ordinance that the non-discrimination ordinance that we passed this or last year. And, that has been fulfilled. That was the caveat that, from my perspective, that allowed you, Jay, to say you don't like this because it's not inclusive of all the people there. And with the idea that we have done that, I was under the understanding that that was really what the reasoning was for your dislike of it. So again, we've spent so much time on this. I don't know if there's another subject that we have talked about other than this repeatedly. I could say there's at least half a dozen times where we've talked about this over the last few years. So, and not including the time where we, as Brother Dave was talking about, put this together. That was a lot of time there. And then to continually, semi-annually go over this, I won't participate is what I'm saying, I guess. I feel we have other things that we could, the old cliche of jumping over a dollar to grab a penny. That's how I feel about this. And I think, as you said, Brother Peters, we have other things that are more pressing and more important. Look at the data that we collected look at the data that we just received from the organization just before this, and that shows how people feel about the community. It's not based off of a statement or a mission statement or a vision statement. The majority of those people, I bet it's single digits in percentage of people who even know this. And I'm not throwing stones, and saying that these things aren't important. But if you look at it holistically for the community, it's our actions and what we're doing. And our actions and what we're doing are encompassed in this.
Yeah,
Nikki, you had some comments? Oh, go ahead, Jay, and then to respond to that, and then Nikki.
I agree with everything you just said. I would challenge us though to say that when I look at the information we just came across, the number one thing people would change about this community is diversity, equity, inclusion. Forget equity and inclusion for a minute. 1/3 of our town is not white. That's a very, very unique situation for a community in the Midwest, let alone Holland, Michigan, in Western Michigan. And it's not, the word diversity it just doesn't capture who we are. And I'll leave it there. This to me, this document, this information we just collected substantiates that we are on the right thing. The number, the 2 or 3 or 4 most things people want to see us spend more money on happens to be our top 4 priorities. I mean, for bumbling as we are sometimes, we seem to be getting that right. I'm very encouraged by that. But I guess in my life and my career and working with so many nonprofits, mission statements bubble up in places you never know, and you never know when you're making a first impression. And I'm revitalizing my interest in being involved with a group of people who want to take a crack at that, let council have it, do a little back and forth, and do it in a relatively quick period of time. But I'll leave it there.
Yeah. Nikki, did you have a comment?
Yeah, well, yes, and I'm trying to adjust it for the last 2 speakers, but I agree we should revisit it at some point in the future, maybe post intense COVID and post strategic development team. So.
Yeah, that's good.
And I'll just throw a comment on top of that. I am more than happy to participate in this process. I agree with Jay that I think that these are really important statements. I've always said it's not just what you say, it's how you say it, and getting that messaging across. And just recently, including, frankly, the one that pops into my head all the time is Ottawa County's. You know, when you look at Ottawa County's website, and immediately underneath that Ottawa County, it says where you belong.
Brilliant.
And it's a brilliant 3 words that say so much to so many people. And looking at their DEI annual report video, they even mentioned in that how those 3 words have actually brought employees, good quality people, to them because people saw that messaging and said, okay. So I think it ought to be a small group. Quincy, I'd rather not take full council time on this without some small group working on it first.
Well,
yeah, Quincy.
Let me make one comment about that. I agree with you. One of the differences between Ottawa County and the city of Holland is they have used their mission statement as a marketing tool. We have not. We could use maximize livability. Like, now, my opinion, we could use that just like they use theirs. I think that would give it more power, but we haven't done any of that.
Yeah, and I'd almost like to have that be part of that process, to say what is a mission statement, a vision statement that we can put out there and use in a marketing standpoint, because I think that would be really helpful and get those messages across to not only the community, but to the greater world. So Jay, if you want to pick that back up again, I'm happy to participate and help out.
Okay, let me put up the thoughts together, and I'll present something to the council at our next meeting.
Sounds good to me.
Oh,
thank you.
Any other comments? Oh, Raul.
Yeah. Not quickly. I mean, I think I'm with Jay that I don't know that if this is the time, and I hate to commit myself, but if we're gonna be having a dialogue, if we're opening this up, I'd love to participate in that, because I do think that diversity piece is something that's missing. And when we're looking at the survey results that we just looked at, that was one of the main things. And I wish that, you know, Holland was more diverse, or that we had that kind of experience. And this doesn't speak to that vision. I mean, I think that's an experience that a lot of people can live into now, just given the actual demographics of our city. So I think it's present, but it's not. I mean, if you're looking at our city on paper, right, and this is your first impression, looking at this vision statement, that doesn't allude to the fact of where we are right now, but also where we're heading or desire to head in terms of diversity. So I do think that that's an important addition to that. However that's worded, whether that happens now. I mean, I do think that there are other priorities and things that are more urgent, but if we're going to start working on that, and the process isn't all that cumbersome, right? If it's a subcommittee, then I'd be happy to be a part of that.
So Jay, next meeting, if you want to try to get a group together, try to sort that out so that that group can then meet and discuss and come back and present to the full council at some point in the future. I think that's a great place to start.
Yeah, I agree. More of a process than any solutions right now. How do we,
Yeah.
How are we going to go about this?
Yeah, I don't anticipate we're going to be discussing what that mission statement ought to be next week. It's just, hey, who wants to be involved in this process and what's the next step that we're going to take?
You don't want me to just bang it out?
Hey, Nathan.
Yes, Dave.
Just for context, very quickly, the last time we did this, there were 2 or 3 city council folks involved. There was planning staff. In fact, Phil Meyer was part of that group in the capacity of a staff person from the planning department, and a couple of other folks too. So just, that's how we did it back then for context going forward.
I think that's an invitation we could extend.
Maybe bringing in some other people who are far more adept at a process to get to something. I'd like to, let me figure out who else we maybe can involve in this. So thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Jay. Keith, I'm tossing it back to you, unless someone else has got a comment on this particular subject.
So Matt, keep scrolling. So you never had values before, so that was something that I think you had them, but they were pretty buried, quite frankly.
I'd like to push back on that a little bit. My mother says I do have values.
I saw a lot of faces there. You never had published them so this was
wow. Judgmental.
Pretty quickly do some work on and added some values. So those are the value statements. And then just to keep us moving, now you got the SWOT analysis. And what we did last year is, because we were trying to reserve more time, you can do SWOT analysis exhaustively every year, which a lot of times is helpful, right? And if you want to go through this now, obviously there was no mention of COVID last year at this time. And yeah, the world's in a lot of ways changed really quickly. So, and again, you had this, hopefully you all have this document in a multitude of different ways. I think we mailed it to you at your home. It's put out there, it's on the website, it's multiple ways. I just put this out here. This is the last thing that's kind of on my agenda today before I hand it back to the mayor on your priority discussions, other than setting this up. If you want to go through and kind of cross things off, add things to the SWOT analysis, if you want to do that and take time to do that for this year, great. If you want to say, hey, not this year, let's revisit that when we're all together again next year, I defer to the discussion and will of council.
Great, thank you, Keith. Matt, can you scroll a little bit? I think that next slide is the category ranking and where we put things last year, and I think that's going to be helpful information to put in context as well for this year. We've got a little bit of a different format, and I'm interested in hearing from council what they may think, okay, we don't need on that list anymore, or what should we add to that list so that we can express those things. I know I've got my list and my prep, but I'm gonna open it up to other folks first in things that we may have accomplished this year, and things that are still on, and things that we have not, that are not on that list that you think ought to be.
So Are you talking about SWOT, Mayor, or priority ranking?
I see those two things kind of hand in hand, but well, let's keep it in structure. Let's do SWOT first.
Let's focus on SWOT because the priority ranking, I mean, that's the rest of your meeting. So.
Yep.
And quite frankly, we can do it here, but the other thing that I would maybe offer or encourage just for use of time and, you know, what do we have? 24 people on a call or something doing this type of stuff. You know, it's you can do it if we're all gathered together around flip charts and all that kind of stuff, but trying to do this here just was never going to work. Right? So what I would encourage if council members want to just kind of gather their thoughts and say, hey, Keith, you know, when we put together our next business plan, here are some things maybe to take off the list. Here are some things to put on the list. And then I can work with Cinca to facilitate that. And then remember the multiple step process that we take in this business plan is no surprises. We can put together a SWOT for all of you then to say, hey, this is, you know, based on feedback or our thoughts, we can update the SWOT. Then you can react to a document that's brought to you and then continue to make either changes, but then ultimately you adopt it. Right? So there's multi-step process in all of this too. So it might be best to do that via an email process. But again, if you want to dig into this now, we can do that also.
Quincy.
Going back with early in the meeting, what Jay said about, you know, after we sit down and we go over things in a study session, I think it would be beneficial to do that in a study session before we just start shoot emails out saying add this, delete this, and all that kind of stuff. I think it'd be wise to sit down as a group and go over this in the study session.
So the challenge that I have with that, Quincy, is we really want to have a study, you know, we want to have a strategic and a business plan because we're using this to build the budget and do all those types of things. And I don't foresee us being able to gather in person in a study session anytime soon. So we're still going to be limited by the Zoom format. Now, if you want to try to do this in Zoom format, the SWOT, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying you might be asking for something and then like, do you all really, and I will, but do you all really want to talk through the SWOT analysis via Zoom?
Dave.
Yeah, my feeling on this and our process going forward here is we could go through this whole list of SWOT stuff. My guess is the majority of it is not going to change a lot. All of this stuff is still probably going to be what it is going forward. Some things can be taken off as far as the business plan is concerned. I think as prior priorities are accomplished, they're indicated that they're accomplished or they're naturally taken off through administrative process. Keith gives us an update on, well, we did this and that's done. So, you know, that kind of gets washed out naturally. To my way of thinking, to my crazy brain, this is too much to deal with right now. And what I would hope we would do, I mean, I came with a pretty short list of things to talk about, none of which is new, but what it has, what I think, a level of importance that we should be focusing on. And maybe as we can discuss corporately here, what those things are that we individually see as being high priority. If we can get those on the table, and I know we don't have dots, but if, I don't know if you're thinking of some method of prioritizing what we come up with. I think if we get to a point where we've listed our stuff we have opportunity to ask questions of each other, like, what the hell are you talking about? What does that mean? You know, pardon my vernacular. Seems to me then we'll wind up in a place where we have an understanding of what we're talking about. And hopefully staff has enough of an understanding of what we prioritize here to start working on putting the budget together. Consequently, if we need more time to dig down into what we're talking about, we can do that at subsequent meetings or whatever. That's
Dave, yep.
Yeah, go ahead. That's just what I'm thinking.
My expectation was similar to that. I've got a relatively short list of those things that I had planned on, you know, that I had in my head last year and thought, well, I'm just going to put a dot next to it next year. This year, I've got that list, and I was kind of anticipating each of us having the opportunity, if they had that, to be able to put that out there. We can then compile those, and I think be able to have a pretty good idea of which ones are considered higher priorities or lesser priorities, depending on not only the number of people that have them, but also the ranking within individual folks to do that. And then have the opportunity to discuss that some today. And then, as I heard earlier, move on from there. Mr. Van Beek.
Yep. So this is great because we're already transitioning. So
here's what I want.
So we got SWOT, and we haven't even introduced the priorities, right? So I would agree with Dave and Mayor. But so in a moment, when we talk about priorities, when we hand it off, Dave, Mayor, yes, I think that we'll do a list. You know, we certainly have the ability to administratively, I think you said, Dave, kind of cross things off. So we'll talk about that in a moment. SWOT. Do you want to open that up, and before we talk about priorities, deal with SWOT right now? Do you want to put it on a future study session, or do you want to deal by email and leave it with staff? And then we'll talk about priorities in a moment.
Scott.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going to Keith's point there, there's a lot here. And when we did this, if I recall, we just started randomly saying, what is our strengths? And we put them on the board, right? And it was transcribed into the strengths, and it was transcribed into the weaknesses. We didn't really exclude anything. We didn't combine anything. Maybe the staff did a few items, but when I look at, let's say, the strength area, it says diversity and social justice awards. I think we can talk about, you know, in general, our diversity, and we can make some comments about what that means and some of these things that support it. When we talk about green space and parks and recreation, dog park, it all have a same theme, right, under the strengths. So if we could maybe kind of thin this down to maybe 4 to 6 bullets in each one that we can all agree to, that would help us a little bit more, I think, rather than all this. There's a lot of busy stuff here. And then that may then help us prioritization, you know, make some of these category rankings or prioritizations a little bit later work for us. But I mean, I just remember we threw this all on the wall, and then we broke it. Well, actually, I might have summarized a little bit of it, but I think that could help us, because there's a lot on here. I agree with Councilman Hoekstra. There's a lot on here for us to digest, and how do they all interrelate to one another, I think is a valuable aspect of what we're looking at here.
And you said a lot there, Scott. I guess I'm not sure what you're suggesting we do with it.
I'm suggesting staff maybe look at this, help us as a council, look at some of these things and say, okay, when we talk about green space and parks and recreation, and dog park, just as an example under strength, that kind of falls under the same thing, the same theme of our strength. So can we kind of pull some of these items together that have the same theme and put them in collectively into one bullet, maybe more even a bullet statement, rather than just one word or 1 or 2 words, because I don't know what you mean by dog park strength. I guess we can apply all that. There's some you can apply in some of their parks and recreation. Yes, it's our strength, but to what degree? I think it may be more bullets, a statement about generally our parks and recreation and what that encompasses might help us understand that strength better. than just having a bunch of bullets throughout the page. That's just my thought.
Nikki, did you have a comment on?
No, it sounds like he wants it organized a little bit instead of just 20 different things that some are related and some aren't.
Okay.
Yeah, let's discuss it another time or have staff.
All right. Yeah. Raul?
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, I can't imagine that it's going to change a whole lot. I think the things that are more obvious to then be added is everything COVID related and just kind of the state of the country, state of the nation right now, and how all those become threats or opportunities. And I think that's really what we will be shaping kind of our priorities moving forward. Now, maybe not changing them, but it is going to impact how we address those and maybe how we're able to prioritize the different things on our list. But I can't imagine that beyond that, right? Which is an important thing to name and an important thing to list in those sections. That much is going to change, but consolidating, I think, right, and being more concise and grouping things together might be helpful, just at a glance.
Okay, great. Any other comments on the SWOT analysis? Otherwise, I'm going to suggest that we take Mr. Van Beek, I was going to say, otherwise we're going to take a 5-minute break when we're done here.
So I'm sorry, guys.
What?
I heard about 4 or 5 different things and I don't have direction from you.
Yeah.
What I kind of heard, but not agreement, but what I kind of heard is maybe staff consolidates, organized, adds and subtracts, kind of does our version of what we think, but not to just add it into the final document and then have you consider it there, that you want us to do that step and then somewhat quickly put it on an agenda, because at some point you're going to have to adopt this business plan when we adopt the budget, that then you want to have a study session discussion about our attempt to consolidate and organize, and then you got to help me here, guys.
I think that was an incredibly concise summary of what we just said. Yes. Here's my take. I don't need anything more done with this, for me anyway, at this point, with the SWOT piece of this.
Yeah.
Quincy had his hand up, and then Lynn will go to you.
So my statement earlier, I guess I wasn't really clear, but I thought that was something that we as a council could do, not staff. So that's why I was saying the study session too. I mean, it's easy to take the stuff off, but to add stuff on there, I just thought that was something that we could do and consolidate it as well. But that sounds different than what everyone else was saying.
Well,
so I understand.
I'm not trying to be sarcastic or difficult here, folks, but
I understand it.
You guys got to come to, otherwise you get frustrated, right, with each other and with staff. So what is it that you want to do?
Yep. Lynn.
I agree with Raul that the most significant change to the SWOT is COVID and how that relates to our opportunities, threats, weaknesses, and strengths. And I'm fine with this document as it is. I don't think it's going to change that much from last year. So I don't need to add anything to this apart from what Raul has suggested. So that's where I would go with it.
Agreed.
And I would say if we have anything individually that we want to change or relate, we can send that to Keith. I mean, if I'm wondering.
Yep. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Nikki. I thought
okay.
I didn't wait for the pause long enough for the pause.
Not a problem.
All right, Mike.
Folks, unfortunately, that's a train wreck waiting to happen. Keith said it in sarcasm, but he said it very succinctly. 2 other members and possibly 5 other members remember prior to the SWOT analysis. And what I'm going to try to do here is, it was brought up before that we miss the opportunity to have the priorities and have the discussions and the justifications. That was brought up a couple of times. We can accomplish a hybrid here. I understand that probably not a lot's going to change, but there's an awful lot on the plate here. And it's our responsibility, not staff's. It's our responsibility to set these priorities. That's our job. One of the biggest jobs, because our biggest job is the budget. Jay has said this for an awful long time, and unfortunately, I'm starting to agree with him here just a little bit. So don't get a big head there, Peters. But this is our responsibility. If we need to weed this down, fantastic. I love the idea of the consolidation. We used to do that prior to putting our dots on. We had 7 or 8 different pages up there, different, what was it, Jay, Dave, categories, priorities for the city. And we would put our list underneath there, and it would be a discussion between staff and council. Did this need to go in this column? Did it need to go in this column? Did it need to go in this column? And then the second analysis or third analysis was, well, this is kind of related to this one, and this is kind of related to that. Bring them together. Everybody decided, not staff, not council. It was a joint decision because it's a joint process to get to the budget. We have our roles. Council gives priorities, staff puts the dollars to those priorities. But as it sits right now, I don't know what to tell Keith to do.
And Mike, I agree with you. I think from my perspective, we've been talking at this stage of today, just that SWOT analysis, that strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and using that as a tool for us to be able to talk about the next stage, which are the priorities. So that helps show us the landscape of what's out there, the same way that the citizen survey, I think, did a great job of that as well. And that as we move into that next stage, that's then where we're starting to give the marching orders to Keith and his staff.
I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Mayor. But when I look at this document right here, there's so many weeds.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm sorry. SWOT analysis. Sorry.
Yep.
Telepathy. Telepathically, I was putting that out to you. I'm looking at the SWOT analysis. There's a lot of busy stuff going in there. Mm-hmm. I understand what people were saying earlier about we could probably consolidate that and maybe come to some commonality in helping discussion later in the strategic plan. But what's being blended here, and I absolutely love the SWOT analysis. When Keith first brought that out, fantastic. But I also see a hybrid between what we used to do and what we're doing now can make a better end product. That's where I'm trying to go with this. So,
yeah, and I don't disagree. I just see the SWOT as the environment, and our priorities are the reaction to that environment.
Okay, but we also need to remember our places. Okay. We don't need to get into the hows. We need to get into the whys. Mm-hmm. We're very closely treading on getting over that line. That's the point of what I'm trying to make here. So this is a group decision. Just as Mr. Peters has done, one man's opinion doesn't rule. It's a collaborative. We need to come together on this because I can see the frustration already in my screen, the guy to the right and the guy to the left of me, which is Matt and Mr. Van Beek. The frustration there of what the heck are you telling us to do? You want to have study sections where you talk about, what do you want to talk about? I don't know. We have to have substance. Mm-hmm. And again, sorry, I broke my rule. Going back on mute.
Well, and I don't disagree with any of that, Mike. I was just envisioning that as that's the next step that we're going to be taking today. That this first step, the SWOT analysis, is to say, what's the environment? I think Raul said it great. There's much of those strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats from last year are the same as they are this year. That environment doesn't change necessarily dramatically from year to year, except we had a huge and dramatic change this year that was COVID. which there needs to be some response to that. But even as I look out into the future, I go, COVID hopefully is not going to be here forever. And so that may be an environmental change for a year or two, but then the environment's going to shift back to where it has been, with, again, small incremental changes. But the next part of that discussion, as Dave was saying, way in my upper right-hand corner, and said, I'm looking at him on the screen, hey, Dave, that Dave's got a list of saying, okay, after knowing what I know about SWAT, after looking at the citizen survey, after reading the emails that we received, all of those things, here's what I think out of that are the things that I think are important. And I'm reading into this, Dave, that you want to hear from the rest of us what you think are as important as well. We have some opportunity to be able to discuss that, and from that, then we're giving staff their marching orders. Scott.
Okay, we're excuse me, but we're saying the same thing. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah.
We're basically saying the same thing. I'm just saying to try to help focus what the priorities are. Maybe we could weed out some of the SWOT analysis. And there's a number of us members here that remember the 2008, 2009, 2010, or 2010 advances that we had that were very somber. We're going into that again strictly from a financial standpoint. This is just like the recession, only this is COVID related or whatever you want to call it related. It wasn't because of a downturn in the economy or one of the cycles, but this is very reminiscent of that. And we have to keep that in mind. We're going to have great budget restraints. I don't like to stifle creativity and dreaming, but we have to get to the reality. We ain't got the money. We probably won't have the money like we have had in the past.
Rather than you and I continue to say the same thing to one another, Mike, I'm going to let Scott jump in and then Keith.
Okay, I would just say that, look, you guys have explained it well enough that just leave the SWOT analysis alone. And I would agree just to move on to the ranking of the categories below. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Keith, did you have something you wanted to?
So here's what I want to do, because I'm gonna state something, and then if someone says no, like, I need to make sure, and I can go back and watch it, so I make sure what I'm about to say that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to staff is gonna take a shot at organizing, consolidating, adding different things so that we kind of give a representation of what the SWOT is. That's not going to mess with it too much, right? So we're not going to do too much, because I've still heard different things. Well, it's not going to change much, but while COVID is really big change. So we're going to take a shot at sending a document out that says, hey, here's the SWOT. It's not going to make it. We're not looking to blow it up or anything. And then you guys can basically use that as a description of the context within which you're talking about priorities.
I think I can try to simplify that for you from what I've heard is, I think if you added COVID in each one of those boxes under strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat, that would probably resolve most of the issues that we're talking about.
Fantastic. That's all I'm looking for, is a sense of agreement and direction from council, and that'd be great.
Good.
So can I suggest maybe that, I know I need to,
I was just going to say that,
a really big shift, and then when we come back, maybe I can introduce it a little bit before I hand it off to the mayor, especially with this last conversation that we had, because I think there's still some level of misunderstanding about the process. I'll do it really quickly, but maybe we take 5-10 minutes.
Let's come back. I've got on my computer clock 11:11. Let's come back at 11:20. All set and ready to go at 11:20.
And for anyone signing in or anything, they'll figure it out. There's a public meeting and no one's face is in the Zoom.
Okay.
You guys remember Fresca?
Yep.
Yes, love Fresca.
It's hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Tab.
I don't think you can find Tab anymore. I think that's gone.
Yeah. Fresca.
I think that dates us, those of us who remember Fresca.
Possibly.
I actually drank so much Fresca in law school that it gave me migraines.
It's that, yeah, it's nasty.
It was pretty much all that was in the vending machine at the law school. So.
They wanted to keep you going.
That's right. I discovered I was drinking a half a dozen of them a day, and that's.
Oh, well, that's going to give anybody a headache. Thanks.
Not to mention your insides.
Yeah. Well, I was in my early 20s. You know, I was a little more indestructible then than I am now.
Yeah.
All right, I have 11:20. We're waiting on Quincy. It looks like is the only one of us that's not on camera at the moment.
Scott also.
Oh, and Scott. Oh, he's not even. Not on my screen anymore.
We never should have let him go.
Disconnected. Oh no, there he is.
No, he's there. It just says Allegan County.
Allegan County. Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Why am I not seeing that? That's interesting.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Okay, I'm sorry. Yep. I can see Scott in the background there. Or at least that's somebody who looks like the back of Scott.
It's Holly.
All right, well, let's keep rolling with this. I think Quincy will be able to join us in a minute. And Keith,
Quincy sent me a text. He said he'll be a couple minutes. He's listening, but is dealing with something else, but he promises he's listening.
Okay. Okay, good. Then we can do that. You said, Keith, you wanted to do a little intro on this and then pass it on?
Yep. And then I'll probably even mute out at the end of this. So
okay.
Basically, you should have, and I'm going to encourage you to work off of this, and this is going to be available for you on the screen also. You have sheets that kind of look like this, okay? And they're basically organized, remember, that you have 4 major goal areas: connection with stakeholders, financial goals, services and livability, and then organization. And then within each of those, you have a long list. It's great, right? You have a long list of specific priorities that are not just priorities, but because, you know, to translate priorities also into action in the business plan, it's also, you know, specific things to do. So you have those documents in front of you, right? And we've had the discussion, and it's just obvious, right? Where there are some things to do or a priority that's more of a like, hey, it's pretty easy. It's very easy to define. It's very easy to measure. And it's very easy to say like, okay, that was a priority and now it's done and you can cross it off a list, right? And then there's those things that are big and large and gnarly. Jim Collins, leadership guru, right, would be, they're your big, hairy, audacious goals. And those are the things that are, to some extent, you probably never cross them off your list. And they may move up and down in priorities and all those types of things, but they're more complicated, right? They're multi-year. They're, you have to have, it's not just you do one thing and it's done. But what you have in front of you is all your stuff, right? No staff here. All that staff did is that we collected the download of what you've done last year. So those are your listed individual items. And then you have the number of votes behind them and then the weighted votes. Now you'll recall that over the last couple months that I brought up, I think pretty much every meeting, 3 or 4 meetings, like, hey, we're heading towards the advance. It's going to be hard to do it in our typical way. And that Mayor and I obviously have talked about this a little bit more, but we said, hey, we're gonna, we can't pull out the stickers in the way that we have, but what we talked about is having this discussion that you're about to embark on, which looks at the list that you've created for last year and gives you the opportunity to kind of go in a lot of different directions. That's your discussion to have. And it might be, going through and say, hey, let's cross these things off because they're done. It might be, I think Dave said earlier, hey, staff knows some of these things that were more like what I'm going to call transactional, right? Where it's like, yeah, that's done, so cross it off the list. But there's certainly things that maybe you guys are all about to enter into a conversation that says add something, right? So we'll take track of all of that. But then this also launches into that conversation that you've had about not just add something, but then you guys to have discussion and dialogue. So that's that next part of the conversation. And for that, I'm handing it off to the mayor and I am signing out.
All right.
I'm here.
Great.
I'm here, but
no, that's great. And I wish we did. I wish we could do something as formally as we have done in the past where we're able to, I don't anticipate us coming out of this with numbers that go along with each one of these things like we've done in the past. One thing, Keith, before you mute yourself, I have one question just for me in terms of process, because I can't for the life of me remember exactly how we did this last year. Did staff put those priorities into categories? Did we put the priorities into categories, or were there a combination of those?
Yeah, so actually just a reminder, because I think it all blends in and I've heard different things about, so the process that we've kind of done, and I've heard some conversations blending old and new, is we did the SWOT, and I always encouraged you, and I've done these with groups a lot, right? You do the SWOT and it kind of sets that environment that you talked about, Mayor, and it kind of gets the juices flowing. And then you set that aside. And then you do what we called the brain dump. And the brain dump was just get it out, right? And then we'd take a break and staff would put them in these different categories, right? But then we'd go through that and we'd say, hey, council, like this was just our cut of it. We're trying to fast forward it a little bit. So we help to make best use of your time and effort. And then if someone said, hey, I really like whatever the topic is to be in this category that rather than that category, we'd say, okay, everyone good with that? And then we'd move it. So that's how we do it, where staff would help facilitate the process a little bit, and we'd kind of take the first cut, but then we always check back with, and then council, you guys put it where you want it. So that's how we would do that, Mayor.
Okay. Well, we'll take staff out of that part of the process, but as we're going through priorities, I think if a particular council member has a priority that, or an area where they think it belongs, definitely state that. And if there's some discussion around that, we can do that as well. But as I said, and David mentioned, he's got a list of things that he's brought, a relatively short list. I do as well. Why don't we just kind of go around as folks have something to or a list to provide? Let's do that. And I'm going to suggest, Mr. Hoekstra, since you already put yourself out there, do you want to start this process out by telling us where you are?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Usually I'd wait till the end because somebody else would have said it and then I don't have to talk much, but we'll do this. I have two things that I wanted to bring up, neither of which are new. In fact, they're probably, I think they're listed under services and livability in our category rankings from last year. The first one is broadband fiber. And we've talked about this before, and I'll preface this by saying that the BPW is actively, to some degree, pursuing this and looking at it, and they have some excellent people tasked with doing that. But if fiber has shown me any, or COVID has shown me anything, it's that the need for broadband access and high-speed broadband access, if there's ever a time when it's necessary, it's now. And I think what we needed is some focused attention on this to bring this forward to the community sooner than later for these reasons. I think having the availability of high-speed internet touches, as I said, all three of the legs that we talk about: health, safety, and welfare. We're seeing more and more the availability of doctor consultations, health consultations over the internet, and that I can only see as increasing. We see it in education, obviously. When kids have not been able to go to school, they've been doing all this school via Zoom and so forth, as well as entertainment. That is shifting from the normal cable TV process to streaming services, and I only see that increasing as well. It's having that high speed availability is an economic consideration. People will probably be working from home more now as a result of COVID. So all of those things that we're all aware of, I think just highlight the need for us to move ahead more quickly in rolling out fiber to the home. And we've had a presentation on that before. And I think it's important for us to look at, particularly depending on how we choose to pay for it. You know, Dave's talked to us in the past. It's a pretty high number to roll it out to the entire city. If we in fact go forward with asking the residents to pay for that, we also have to consider what the residents' return on their investment is going to be in terms of rate structures. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I think high-speed fiber is a very, very important thing that we should be moving forward very quickly. My second thing is the planning process for the development of North Downtown. And I know that that's been part of the whole waterfront consideration, but I'm thinking more in terms of the near North Downtown, the water window on the waterfront area and so forth. I think maintain my belief that the city can act as a catalyst for development there, using some of the property that the city owns, perhaps as a catalyst for development. Not all of it, obviously. Some of it we can't use or we don't want to use, but I think there's a lot of opportunity there that the city could be involved with in developing part of that for lower. I don't want to use the word affordable because that's kind of a nebulous term these days, but lower cost housing. But that whole area there, I think, is probably an area that is most ready for development in terms of the city itself. And I know that in the past we've had exercises looking at developing plans or ideas or concepts for different areas of the city to be developed. And I think that's an area that is most primed for that same kind of attention and deserves and requires a very concerted effort. I would love to see our planning department play a vital role in that. I know that we're kind of stretched a bit in terms of person power there, but I think it's critical for the development of downtown. And also as it relates to some other projects that we've kind of got on the table. I know Matt and others have been talking about the ice skating rink, where that's going to fit in potentially downtown somewhere. So again, I'm a proponent of holistic thinking in terms of planning, and it's better to have somewhat of an idea of what we're going to do as it relates to a number of projects, how they fit together, rather than taking them piecemeal and hoping that they all fit together. So I'd like to see a concerted effort into that downtown planning process. There's lots of other stuff, but those are the two that have been on my mind and I've been thinking about for, I don't know, the last 6 or 9 months. So I'll leave it at that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And I think it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. If somebody else down the line wants to reiterate and say, hey, I agree with Dave on North Downtown or something, I think that's going to be helpful to staff as well to hear those multiple voices. Anyone else have things they want to put out there?
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead, Nikki.
Actually, that was on my list, but not in the way Dave said. I just wanted to revisit our city vision downtown, because I kind of think we're getting into developers driving it instead of us and our vision. But the thing I think about is, and it's on the list of engagement with our citizens. I think we're in a bit of a bubble sometimes, and we think we're getting the word out. We think we're communicating, and every time there's a new project, and I've said this before, everyone's surprised. And it was interesting to see the Frost survey that said 17% of the people get their information from the Sentinel. Well, I get the Sentinel, but my kids don't, and there's a great percentage of people who don't get the Sentinel. I don't know where they get their news, and I just think we really need to think they're not going on the YouTube site, the city, which I think is amazing, but we have to rethink, how do we get the message to everyone so it's not always like, well, they all got it, everybody's writing in about Udo. Well, yeah, finally we step on their toes and then they contact us. But how do we get all the news out? Good news, bad. I don't, and that's one of our, it's always been on a ranking, civic engagement, but we really do need to find a way.
Okay. Great. Anything else on your list at this point?
Well, yeah, but but it relates to SDT, and I just think that's because that's my head now, because it's, as you had mentioned, it's kind of all it just takes up everything in the room. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to really rethinking our orientation to maintain that world-class cityness, of what energy is going to look like in the future. So, but that's not here nor there, but I do think energy and community energy plan is still important.
Great, thanks, Nikki.
Mhm.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Jay.
Why don't you let Lynn go first?
All right, go ahead, Lynn. I'm sorry, I saw Jay first.
Ladies
right.
first.
Yeah, so
Let's go old-fashioned.
my list was exactly the same as Dave's. The only thing I would add to the broadband conversation was just that I noticed on the citizen survey, it was one of the top issues that people or things that people wanted to devote more resources to. I know we don't have resources necessarily right now, but I thought it was interesting that not only were they willing to say this is important, but we also want, we would like to see more resources put to that. They also said earlier that they didn't want their taxes raised. So I think obviously that'll take some thinking. And then as far as the North Downtown, I also think that this gets to our goal of last year of increasing affordable housing at the lower than 80% AMI goal. And I think that the city has a real opportunity with city-owned property, not only on 6th Street and around the window on the waterfront, but let's look at all of our city-owned property to see if we can, as Dave put it, act as a catalyst for development, and to invite developers to propose affordable developments that are affordable, mixed use, and all along that the income level, so that we can kind of meet our housing goal. I think that also brings up the idea that it would be important for us to actually come up with a housing goal. I think that oftentimes we get a lot of data. Ryan has provided us with a lot of information, but we haven't really sat down as a council and said, this is our target. This is based on what the data tells us. This is where we need to focus, so that we're not kind of spinning our wheels when developers come to us. So we know what our target is for all of, for housing at all levels. And again, that citizen survey, affordable housing was the number one as far as devoting more resources. And I think what's the opportunity for the city-owned property is that it doesn't necessarily require us to devote so many financial resources, but to create opportunities for developers to do that for us. And so we can meet our goals without a huge financial investment into that. I mean, apart from providing payments in lieu of taxes if those come up as requests and things like that. So yeah, broadband and our development opportunities with city-owned property. Those were the top two for me.
Great, thanks, Lynn. Jay?
The only one that's new, I want to double down on some of our previous priorities, but the one that's new is in these conversations we've been having about UDO and encouraging greater density to create more housing. I think it's brought some vision to bear on the way that we manage and hold accountable current landlords. I noticed in the survey, enforcement of property management. I'm assuming that means rentals, and I've gotten just as many calls lately from folks in the second ward about very specific properties that have been there for years that continue to remain in a rather unsightly state. And I think we've got landlords, not all of them, but I think the planning staff would say, or neighborhood services would say, there's a few landlords that aren't doing all they could do. In fact, they know how to work the system. And so as we think about greater density, that's going to mean probably some investment. That's probably going to mean landlords. That's probably going to mean that relationship. And I don't know what we can do about that, but I think there's something to be said about how do we make sure, hold landlords accountable to a greater extent, to the extent we can, I guess. I think that the survey also showed, like Lynn just mentioned, the number one thing we need to spend more they want to see more resources spent on is housing. Diversity, equity, inclusion was also in there. And I think the sustainability or environment wasn't necessarily at the top, but it was also on that list. Our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts to date are substantial and we're heading in the right direction, but I think greater accountability might help. And let me give you an example. In our current business plan, where we talk about continue work on the priority of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it has a strategy, tactics, and deliverable, maintain and deepen relationships, continue internal efforts, all that is key. Because if you don't have an internal environment, it's hard to recruit a diverse community if the environment we recruit them in isn't ready and it isn't educated enough or understanding enough to diversify, if we're not comfortable diversifying ourselves. The assignment and timeline is all departments ongoing, and the outcome listed here is how will we know actions are effective? And the answer is the city is a welcoming place to live, work, visit, based on citizen survey results. As an example, I'm not an expert on diversity and inclusion, but I do know one of the best ways to address this, and it filters through all the other things we do, is if the leadership reflects the population that they serve, meaning the Board of Public Works, our fire department, our police department, our city staff. And I don't want to have Jen Orm come out of her seat here right now, but I'm just wondering, can we have an aspirational goal that says in 10 years, the city's going to do all it can to make sure that the employees of the city of Holland and all the services we provide are delivered by a population of employees that represents the population they serve. I've read enough to know that that is one of the fastest ways to bring the type of what we're trying to create, be more diverse, more open, more welcoming. The fastest way to do that is to get equity there. So just a thought, I think we need to be, I'm looking forward to a council discussion on this. The county is doing phenomenal things and we're kind of partnering with the county. The county has created a diversity, equity, and inclusion work group. Does the city need one of those? Is our Human Relations Commission kind of being set up to plug into all the things the county can provide for us? There's a strategies. What are we doing? It's rather nebulous, but it's a priority. And throughout the survey, we're talking about I wish the community were more diverse. I wish it were more welcoming. I just want to double down on a goal that we've already identified for ourselves. With respect to sustainability, the strategic development team is well on its way, I think. I don't think I've gotten more feedback from more constituents than this whole thing about our community energy plan and where we're going with that and what's it going to be, how bold will it be. I'm in receipt of Ken Freestone's email. I think he's got some really interesting suggestions in here about the community energy plan, how to make it more. He's been doing that job for a few years. I think he's got some really good suggestions in there. The Climate Collaborative I've been on their website. I visited a video that the January speaker series just had yesterday. And there was a 1-hour video from very, very conservative thinking, faith-based scientist that can't say it any more clearly or accurately or state more what I see is the state of our climate change than that video. And I noticed in the strategic development team is now bringing in speakers And I think that's great. And I would encourage all of us to watch that video. I'm sure if anybody sends me something, say, how do I get to it? I can help you with that. She's also one of the country's foremost climate change experts. And if you have any questions about whether it's man has an interest or this is just cyclical, or boy, you know, is it really something we should be involved in as city leaders? Should we have more of a say in where the city goes with respect to how aggressive we are going to be in our obligation to preserve the the planet? I just think we need to double down on that. And I have great hopes that the strategic development team comes back with some pretty important things. Housing was on my list. The UDO, probably the second most thing I get emails about. Somebody used the term stepping on toes, is the UDO. We have to get that right. That is a snarly thing. Most people ask me a question about it, and did you know this? Did you know that? I don't. I've tried, looked at that 300-page document. I thought it was an attempt to simplify things. I don't know where that's headed, but we've got to make sure that however we execute the final delivery of that product, we communicate it well, and we owe that to the citizens because I think we've riled them up pretty well. Also under housing, same thing with Lynn and Dave. I think we have an opportunity to create to take a step in some not affordable, whatever Dave said earlier about not affordable, but lower income housing in our downtown. And the last thing on my list has already been talked about, broadband. I know that there's a strong sense on the part of the Board of Public Works that we've got to do this in a way where there's a return and it's got to be, proven. I agree with that. But I also heard Brian Davis say on the radio one morning, who's retiring, by the way, that if you have a chance to talk to one of your elected leaders, make sure you tell them that we need broadband in this city because all these kids at Holland Public Schools, a lot of them don't have broadband to be able to do the education they need online like they've been doing it. So I guess I'd like to review, maybe not get questions about this is how fast we're going to roll it out, is ask questions more like, what can we do to roll this out faster and how do we pay for it? Ask questions differently and go towards some of these priorities where these are going to be on there. This diversity, equity, inclusion, sustainability, housing, our priorities from last year, they're going to be priorities next year. They're going to be, it's just working toward them, being more specific about what we're trying to accomplish. And I guess if I could somehow extract those really top priorities from these charts because they're kind of buried in a lot of information, and it's kind of hard to find. If we could kind of have a subset of annual ongoing top priorities and our work toward those and kind of separate them out in the business plan, I think that would be kind of helpful for me. So there it is. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jay.
Talk about that. Yep.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll go.
Go ahead, Ro.
So going into this, obviously, and then I've already alluded to the kind of the COVID lens in talking about the SWOT analysis. But my intention hasn't been to name new priorities, although the things that I'm hearing right now I think are pretty significant. I'd like to get behind each one of those, especially the broadband. But it is like how do we? It is creating, right? COVID is changing our world. I mean, we're responding to things. We're being more innovative in different ways. People will be working from home. So there are some things that are going to be different coming out of this beyond what we've had to encounter right during this season. I mean, things are going to be different on the other side. It's not going to be the same. And so thinking through, I guess, from that perspective and looking through this list, I'm excited that there are a significant number of these things from last year's priorities that we've been able to check off, right? I mean, they're in a different place where we've made some advancements, maybe not checking them off entirely, but we've made some significant progress. And I think if we continue that momentum, we're going to be in a good position. But some of the things that I do want to name, and I think one thing that is significant to me right now and looking through that survey is just the distrust. I mean, that's kind of been created with towards government. right, towards government officials and kind of what we're doing. And so that's been a challenge already. How are we engaging with our public, or how is our public engaging with us? But when we looked at that survey, I mean, a lot of people aren't excited about what we do. I think there is that distrust, but a lot of them are also not engaging. I mean, they're not coming to city council meetings, they're not participating, they're not reaching out. So I think it's still a relationship that goes both ways, but wondering what can we continue to do, or what can we do differently moving into this new season that can invite people in a different way. And I'm not sure what that looks like. I mean, I think part of it is also city council's ownership. I mean, I appreciate the way Scott has been engaging throughout the last couple of years with his constituents and kind of having these monthly meetings where he was bringing in speakers, right? Is that something that we should be considering, ourselves as individual council members to be more active in? But also, is this the information that we're sharing out the best way to share that? I mean, I think I don't know how feasible of a suggestion this is, right? But with the Sentinel being one of the main ways that people engage, I think ads, I hate them, right, on social media, but they're in your face. I mean, you see those things constantly. And so do we have, right, these promoted Facebook ads from the city when there's something significant, or just a reminder, hey, engage with our media, here's our website, right? But that gets in front of every citizen, or as many as we can in that way. That's a specific suggestion. I'm again, is it feasible? What's the cost? I have no idea. I know that those things do cost. But how do we think creatively, right, with these newer opportunities that have been presented because of COVID and the way that people are engaging? That becomes important. Obviously, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're doing a lot of work there. One of the things that I'm appreciating right now is the conversations that are happening with the downtown, the PSD. I don't know, more recently engaging with Esther, and then also Robin from the county. And I think really continuing to be mindful how we're representing diversity in our different roles, our leadership opportunities. And so that ties into the boards and commissions, right? How are we continuing to make that advance that work where our city is more well represented? And so, yeah, I think beyond that, I mean, there aren't a lot of specific things outside of the ones that have been mentioned already. And so when it comes to sustainability, I think the work that we're doing with the strategic development team, that's a big priority as well. So dots on each one of these things that have already been listed on this development document that's being typed up by Matt, I'm guessing. So check. But the ones that I've named specifically, I mean, that's kind of where my head's at, and I want to see those as higher priorities.
Can I comment on Raul's comments?
Yeah, go right ahead, Jay.
Add to it. Raul, your distrust comment in government period, it didn't occur to me, and I think that's a really brilliant observation. And I have noticed what Scott's been doing, and I thought that's a really good idea as well. And I just want to layer on one suggestion that came to me as you were talking about. Is there a way the city can help 6 wards on a bi-monthly basis or whenever, make it easy for a councilman to come in and host something like Scott's doing? I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you facilitate that, but it just struck me, I'd love to do that, but I'm not the most technical guy in the world and all that. If it was made easy and we could have a process for how each council member every other month can hold a ward-wide meeting, I think that's brilliant. The other thing is, when you were talking, Raul, about the Sentinel, I did notice, I think the #1 place that everybody gets most people in town get their information about the city is the Sentinel. And I don't know if there's, how many of us read the Sentinel, as just a suggestion, or just throw it up on the board to discuss later. Should we have, if for whatever reason we don't get the Sentinel, I don't know how much it is. I don't know if it's prohibitive, but maybe we could just give the elected officials a subscription to the Sentinel to make damn sure it shows up at their door, and read it. Because when I do read it, I don't read it every day, and I don't have a subscription. I have to go out of my way to do it. there's some really, I think it's a good, it'd be good for us to know what's being said like that. So Raul, I thought your comments were really good. Thank you so much.
Just to piggyback on that, Jay, Matt Van Dyken's thrown a graph up on the screen, which is the graph on how people get their news sources. And I saw him emphasizing city mailing, city Facebook page in terms of the number of people, number of engagements, or the percentage of people that get that information from there. I don't know on the Venn diagram of those and Holland Sentinel News, how much those circles overlap with one another. You know, there may be significant overlap, there may not be significant overlap, but I think that in my mind anyway, this ties back into what we've been talking about in previous years of citizen engagement and what are those things that we can do. So I think that's really helpful stuff. Yeah, Keith.
So the only thing I'll say, because I think Matt had made this observation earlier and he's probably dying to say it and he brought it up, but he had a problem with how this chart was presented. And his point was that the Holland Sentinel was pager or online. And what the city did is we listed all of our individual city things individually. And if you would take all of the city connections and congregate that into one line, it drastically outpaces the Holland Sentinel as one line.
Okay, well, that's fair.
So
thanks for that.
You can talk about that if you want. Matt then won't kick me in the kneecaps later because he really wants to say that. But I think it's a really good point, right? Because that's an area that reports to him. And quite frankly, what we know is that, and I don't, you know, you can't make this very scientific, but I don't think anyone on the call, on this Zoom call would challenge me on this. What we've seen is that the Sentinel is over the years reaching less people. And over the years, the variety of city efforts that we've employed and have put out have reached more people. And this makes it seem like still and so that's my comment. I think we're going to continue to try to be as creative as we can. And trust me, we're more than dedicated to that. It's just always going to be a challenge. So keep the pressure on. Like great ideas, cool. We're all for it. We're talking the same language there.
Yeah,
Matt, give me a thumbs up. Did I say that right? So you won't kick me in the kneecap later? All right. Oh.
Great. All right. Yeah, Raul.
Yeah, just quick on that. So my comments mostly pertain, just so you're aware, mostly pertained not so much to the content, because I think what we put out and I think what we're trying to communicate, I think if more people engaged with that, and again, that's kind of an ongoing challenge. Like how do you engage with those who don't engage in these different variety of ways? A lot of people don't like to come to meetings, so they're never going to come to meetings. They don't like to read articles, right? I mean, you almost have to put it in their face, and even then, they're going to say, "I never saw it." And so, but I think the content is excellent, but I think continuing to be creative, especially as new opportunities present themselves. I mean, we're getting this younger population. I mean, now, like those who 10 years ago were engaged with Facebook have now migrated to TikTok, right? I mean, now it's a whole different generation that's on Facebook. And so you're only getting, a certain age sector. And so like that keeps moving. And so as we engage, right, kind of the 18 plus or 18 to 30. I mean, they're kind of moving on beyond some of the things that we're finally beginning to catch up to. And so that's kind of my point. Like how do we continue to be innovative or keep up with some of those mediums? But the content is excellent. I mean, I love what we're doing.
Great. Thanks, Raul. Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead, Scott. Scott's got to get unmuted though.
Apologies to Matt Van Dyke and unmute me each time, but there's some noise in the background. I don't think any of you would prefer hearing, but so thank you, Raul, Councilman Garcia, for the comments on the ward meetings we're conducting. I would encourage each and every one of you to try something like that. It's not attended but about 10, maybe 10 to 15 people at a time. It doesn't reach a whole lot of people, but it does show the effort. And I want to say that I appreciate the city itself and many of its leadership within the city has been speakers on our presentations and done presentations. So that's really helped me in particular engage with my ward. So anything you'd like to know about how we put that together, let me know. I'll walk you through it, but it's not really rocket science. Maybe for Jay it is, but for me and others it may not be.
It is. Yes, it is.
So, just to lighten the moment. But some of the other things we're doing well, I think we need to talk about is the radio interviews. I think those are going swell. I like the opportunity. I enjoy the opportunity. There's times I can't do it, but then others have been able to fill in for me, replace me, and then or we trade. So I appreciate that with my fellow council members. But I do think that is reaching a lot of people. They do listen to that in the morning, and they have the opportunity to review it again because they record it and they post it their social media site. So I think that's something we all need to continue to engage with as we go forward. Also, the understanding things that we're doing well, again, like I want to talk about those first, but understanding the investments that we're making in our public safety, the brain study and the funding that we put in toward good equipment and good resources, that pays off. That pays off in great dividends later down the road when our people are responding the correct way and doing the right things. That's important, right? And so investing and continue to invest, not to forget about that investment, is really, really critical. I don't want to dismiss DEI in any way or climate change, but when I do look at these things, if we look at DEI, right? I'm saying that correctly. It is one of the more important things that people are speaking to. I don't know whether some of the survey information I meant to ask that question came before or after our huge discussion as a board regarding the LGBTQ ordinance. That could have a reflection on that. I'm not sure, but I would like to understand that a little bit. And either way, I think we continue to work toward making sure that is a priority, unless we see something different. But when it comes to climate change, that's a big animal. And I'm on the SDT, and I appreciate you having faith in me and being on that with Councilman Arnsworth. It's a big animal. I mean, it's not something we change overnight. It has to be over a longer period of time. And like Mr. Councilman Peters mentioned, if we're going to do this, we double down. Well, if we double down, there's some things that we as council have to consider too, and each and every one of us individually have to consider, and the impacts to that, not only us, but to the people that live in the city and the people who own and operate businesses and people who own and operate commercial and industrial properties. That actually, and that all has, it's a whole ecosystem that we have to really consider and how it works. So we have to be patient with one another and understand where that may be going. In addition, climate change, if we look at the local issues for the city of Holland, climate change does not rank high. It ranks toward the bottom of the list. So I just want to put that in context. When we talk about it on a national level, I think we need to do our part. But when we talk about what can we do and is it a local issue, it doesn't rank as high as some of the other ones. We talk about affordable housing. We're looking at 326 responded that affordable housing was important, whereas climate change, we had 75 individuals respond to that. 4.96% of our population that responded to the context of this survey. So I just want to put in context as we go forward, if we're going to put one as priority based on some of the survey information we're seeing, we need to be, we need to look at that as well. I do think, again, the community energy plan is important, the SDT is important, but we have to be realistic. And I want to make sure that we're not overselling what we're going to produce. I mean, I have a suspicion there's a lot more people that want greater things to come out of that than may be possible. So I just want to say it still needs to be a priority, but I think just a level of caution needs to be exercised. Shifting a little bit, another priority for me would be infrastructure, public infrastructure, and in particular sidewalks. I think it's been mentioned in the past. We're doing a great job there, and Brian and his crew is doing a wonderful job. But I think we still need to survey that, make sure some of our priorities are walkability, accessibility, and that's part of it, right? Getting people out of their cars, walking wherever they can possibly. But so sidewalk maintenance and sidewalk improvements, additional sidewalk availability, I think is important. And when we talk about infrastructure too, I'm thinking about high water levels. This isn't ending. It's not. It's not going to end overnight. I'm dealing with the shoreline erosion daily, and other communities, and I know the city of Holland's been impacted significantly as well. And we talk about our infrastructure related to high water. That's important, and it's also important when we go even after COVID-19 is over with. We were always facing an issue with tulip time and Windmill Island and what that was going to look like. So I think we need to do some prioritization there. So when I say high water levels, it doesn't just mean Windmill Island, but it means Lake Makatawa, the shoreline along there. There's a lot of infrastructure that was impacted. So I do agree with broadband fiber for everything that was said. I'm not going to repeat that. I think that is essential for us to move forward in supporting that. Access to water. When we talk about the redevelopment of the lake shore, I still am a proponent of accessibility to the lake shore and the lakefront. However, there's a number of ways, and I think in the future I'll argue more about how there's ways to do that. And so I hope we take that as a priority. Our community was surveyed about access to the shoreline, and I want to make sure we continue to honor that request as much as we possibly can. It's a vital part of who we are in Michigan, or in Michigan and Holland. One thing that's going to be controversial that I'll mention here that maybe not, but I'm really concerned about this one thing, and it's the Holland Civic Center. I am really concerned. While we have an outstanding board, outstanding staff, and people managing it, I'm still very, very, very concerned about its future. And the money that we've been putting into that, and I know it was quite high this year and last due to COVID issues. I've always said I've worried about how we're going to fund it and continue to fund it and maintain that facility. We need a better plan. I don't know what that plan is. I don't manage civic centers and never have and never will even argue that I even know anything about that. The people that are there probably do know more than I do. But it seems to me that we have a great parks division that manages a lot of properties and manages a lot of buildings. Is there a way that we can incorporate that into that management style, or is there a way for Island City, our park out there, to be able to bring that on board and manage that? I'd like us to start really thinking of a future vision of how this might work, because I just can't see the sustainability of putting the kind of dollars into it like we have been. And then a couple last things that go outside the city of Holland that I think we need to do better with is I think we need to bridge more with Allegan County as well. As many of you know, I work for Allegan County, but every time we speak to Ottawa County, and they have great resources. They're ready to reach out on a routine basis. I'm hoping to bridge that gap more with Allegan County, but we do live in two counties, and the city does lie in two counties, and we can take advantage of two health departments and two sheriff's departments and other resources. While they may be limited to some degree, probably less than what Ottawa County has to offer, I think we need to take advantage of that for a number of reasons. When you talk about diversity and inclusion, it's existed for years in Allegan County, for years, decades, in our county. We talk about diversity and inclusion. We talk about minority families. We have a huge Hispanic population, Latino population in the Pullman and Fenville area. There's a lot of great programming that goes on there. There's no reason we can't work with one another to share those ideas that have existed for many, many years in Allegan County. And then last is, and we've talked about this, and I won't go into detail because I know there's some sensitive information surrounding it, is bridging agreements with places to our south, like Fillmore Township. And I'm speaking to specifically water, and making sure that if we can expand our footprint and we're geographically landlocked, how do we work toward the south to help build partnerships to where land development may become available so that affordable housing or available housing, I'd love to say available housing. I know the affordability is there, but the more availability, the more affordability. And I think we need to really be more aggressive at how we discuss with our partners to the south, where we're not so landlocked, or at least we can negotiate with them for the future. So those are the things pressing on my mind, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you all. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Scott. Anyone else? Quincy.
There's quite a few things that came up that I agree with. One of the things I wanted to point out, what Scott just spoke about Allegan County. We talk about collaborating, and it never really dawns on me about Allegan County. So Scott, I really appreciate you presenting that information, and that's something that we can really work forward, because again, like you stated, we are in 2 counties. Got a whole bunch of stuff just written down here. Fiber, I agree with that. And that's something, I'm on that subcommittee. I did not make this last meeting that we had, but before COVID, we were moving in a direction to see what we can do. So I think that as we move into this new digital age of doing everything, that it will be a benefit. So just to see how that works for us, and just to continue to see all the intricacies and how we can make that affordable for everyone to be able to do that. Also on the community energy plan, I really side with Scott on that about don't want to chew off more than we can handle. So, and I'm willing to learn more in regards to that as well, but I don't want to chew off more than we can handle with that. Big things for me are just maintaining the sidewalks, the parks, our facilities. That's really big for me to. So I just want to bring that back up again. It's something that we have talked about in the past, but I think that's one of those things that you have to continually have at the forefront, to not think about it and then turn around and you have to. It's better to maintain than not maintain. I'll just keep it there. One of the things, and we talked a little bit about this a couple of weeks ago about staffing, but I just want to make sure again, our succession plan are in place. Staffing is in place. We had the Moses study done a while ago and we looked at that, but I don't want to get to the point where we're behind the 8 ball again and we need to catch up, even if it's just, so in the police department, we have a group of individuals who will be retiring soon. Those are our higher management individuals. So sometimes people move up. Are we looking at replacing all the way down to the bottom and filling all those spots, and even fire and city as well? So I just want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence and staying on top of those things. Nikki brought up an excellent point on civic engagement. This is, ever since I came on council, that's one of the things that has been near and dear to me, is to get people involved, because, and I believe some of the state and federal individuals have forgotten that government officials work for the people. We work for our constituents. We don't work, I don't work for me. Jay doesn't work for Jay. We work for the people in our community. And so I think it is vital that we continue to press to engage the community. And it's nice to see everyone come to the table when there's an issue that's pertaining to them. Like the UDO, we have a lot of people. The last ordinance, or the last the discrimination ordinance we worked on, a lot of people came for that. The woods on 36th Street, a lot of people came for that. But how do we engage and get everyone on board? At least understanding and seeing. A couple of ideas I had, and I'm just going to throw these out really quick. You know, visual aids really work. We talked about the Civic Center, like what Councilman Corbin does. We have a Civic Center that we can use now. The government said we can use some facilities now, and I better stop. But anyways, we might be able to use the Civic Center for those kind of events. And what that does, in my opinion, is our downtown always has people around. You know, it may be a group of people who are there, but people are always looking. When we did our coffee with council at the library, people were in the library and they would just stop in to see what's going on. You never know what you get when you do activities in the middle of a city or activity area, and people just by happenstance may end up wanting to participate in some of these boards and commissions that we have that we want our community to participate in. One of the things that we talked about early on during the Civic Center was having a visual board out there for people to see. That's something we haven't talked about lately. And maybe that's something that we need to look at again as far as a communication point for people to see. On January 23rd, council's going to be planning. You can participate, or you could see the results of that via Twitter, Facebook, or city website or whatever. So I think that's something that we can look at as well. And then going to 6th Street, we talk about developing. And those are, I guess I'm going to look at that. One of the ideas that I have for that is more of a short-term thing. We went to Traverse City on a mayor's exchange a couple of years back, and they had a food truck area. And I think Councilman Hoekstra was there. I don't remember who all was there, but my goodness, that place, there was probably about 7 food trucks, and it was a happening spot. I just think we have an opportunity to do something like that. I've ordered through COVID, there's been 4 different food trucks in our community where I've gotten food just to support local. And if we had those all conjugated in one area, like I'm thinking over by a window on the waterfront, some area locally right downtown, how that's going to affect, I think in a positive way, the downtown area, because you have people coming down there to hang out, grabbing food, and it's in walking distance to downtown. And you get people downtown, they buy things. At least they window shop. And our downtown, as I said before, we could use some help. We've had some staple businesses that have gone under, but I think that's more of a short-term thing. I don't know what would be included in doing that, but I believe it would be beneficial to some of our food truck people. It would be beneficial to the community as a whole, getting people together, and it would be beneficial for our downtown. So, and as far as DEI goes, I want to take everyone backwards a little bit. We are in a good spot, I believe. I believe there's still work to do. I've been here for 25 years, 24 years. And when I was in Holland all that time, 24 years ago, I didn't see a lot of diversity. I won't say that. I didn't see diversity. You fast forward to where we are now, and that there's been a huge difference from 24 years ago to now. There has been work put in. There's been challenges, but with those challenges, they have been met head on, and they have been met head on with good results. So I just want everyone to also keep in mind that we come a long ways. Not that everything's perfect, not that everything is done or anything like that, but we cannot take away and celebrate what we have accomplished in Holland. When I first moved here, and I've made this statement before, and I'm just speaking just on as a Black individual in this community, I would see a Black person in Holland maybe every 3 months, maybe every 4 months, and I would go back home to Saginaw and see family. But now there's not a time I go out where I don't see a Black individual. And to me, that's huge. So I just want to underscore that we have accomplished in this community of Holland a lot of great things in diversity and equity and inclusion. So we can't just sit back and say, oh, we're failing, oh, we're not this and we're not that, because you always got to look at your history. And then not just that, but where do we stack up with other communities like ours? I've seen other communities in the country that I've been to over the course of my lifetime, and there hasn't been an evolution. There hasn't been a melting pot, so to say, at those communities. But here, it has been. So that's it.
Great, thank you. Now, I forgot to keep track and make sure everybody's had an opportunity to talk. I think, if I'm remembering right, Mike's the only one left other than me. Am I correct on that?
That's my count, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so, and Mike said he's not going to talk today, so I'm not even going to look in his direction. You want an opportunity, Mr. Trethewey?
Yeah, I probably should. At the dog park is my number one. Oh, I'm sorry, that's already been accomplished. Thank you very much.
So he's done now.
All right, mute him, Matt, mute him.
I can move back now. Now, at the sake of being repetitive, and I mean, we've heard it 5 or 7 times already. There are only a couple of new things that I'd like to add to what's already been said. I cannot disagree with anything that's been said. I have different levels of support and understanding for everything that's been said, but I also look forward to having the discussion so we can vet that out. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Along something that's always been a passion to me, obviously, is continuance of the governance training. I was both happy and sad with what just happened in the survey. I was happy that we had 100% participation. I was sad that we did not have 100% 100% participation in comments. Very little comment. In fact, Dave pointed out, and I'm just giving you this point, I was the only one that commented on every question. That verbal feedback is as important as the numeric feedback. So when we go into this next year, please remember that. Again, I'm very, very happy that we had 100% participation. I think you understand, you get it, but we need to have a little bit more feedback there. It was said about the Moses study, so I won't go into that because that's a very big part of us. Recycling, that's not been brought up, and I think that touches on a number of different areas. We've got a big rollout coming in the next couple of months. regardless of what the mayor says about the colors, there's a reason for it, for the color of the containers. And there was a lot of discussion within the materials management group. And one of the other reasons I bring that up is because we are going to be without two key components in this whole thing. Now, I know that Mark's going to be able to get some people in place on the third floor there to help us move along here, but we've got two key players that are leaving, unfortunately, at a very semi-critical time. Aaron has a lot of things in place already, which I'm very, very thankful for. And we should be able to pick up the mantle and move, and specifically with the rolling out of the carts. But there is also going to be the discussion on, is the 96 yard for everyone the proper device? Can we go back like we did when we first rolled out the garbage, the single hauler garbage, and saying, okay, we're trying to encourage recycling here, but we're mandating that everybody has this. Now, what about this single individual over here? It's going to take him 10 years to fill up a 96 yard cart. I'm talking from the garbage side. Recycling is different. So then we came up with the hybrid. We came up with the green bags that you could go out and purchase if you were a single individual that probably had 5-7 pounds worth of garbage. You put that out as opposed to having to pay for a big container. So there are some creative things that could come up with that. Obviously, living up here in the Heights, the 31 corridor, and I am just simply amazed with the number of people that disregard traffic control devices. Our police department cannot be all places to all things at all times, but my cotton, it's gotten worse, I think. There was a conversation a little while back on traffic deaths around the state and how they picked up. Part of it was because there was reports out there that the police were doing other things than stopping speeders, or they had more priorities than watching the traffic lights. And I get that. But somehow or another in our communications, we need to get people back to understanding and realizing that traffic control devices are there for a reason. It scares the bejeebers out of me every time I have to go across 31. I watch and look 2 times. I've told my family, do not start moving until you look both ways. There are safety devices in there, but I don't know how many times, folks, I have seen semis go through on not just semis, but large vehicles go through on a blatantly red light, which means that they've run 2 lights, because both directions you've got turn lanes that have already changed. So they have gone through 2 lights. We can hire another 15 officers just strictly, Matt just fell out of his chair. Hire 15 more officers strictly for traffic enforcement, and we probably would not get the job done. That is something I think the city should be working on. I know that we're dealing with the ice rink, and I know Matt said that he was looking and they were already working on that. I appreciate that, but I think that should be also as part of the public involvement and public engagement for our parks and things like that. That should not go away. Community policing. We need to definitely keep that track going. The success that we've had, Matt, I can't emphasize to you enough. We need to get the positives out there. You need to brag on yourself. You need to brag on your department. We have been successful because of the community policing philosophy that's been there since probably the start of Lindstrom, all through Kreidoff, and definitely through you. We need to celebrate those successes. And I think some of our questions, some of our apprehensions that we saw a little bit of in the survey may go away. if people understand where you're coming from and show the successes on that. Coming from the heart. Regional partnerships, I'm going to continue to be the champion of that, specifically in some of our services, some of our collaborative services. We have talked about fire regional services. We have talked about other type of things, but and we have made strides, but we can't sit on our laurels. We need to celebrate those strides, but we also need to develop some more, be it on the staff level and be it on the elected officials level. Two different ways. And they need to communicate together. They can't be independent of each other. It needs to be a collaborative effort. My final one, stop clapping. My final one is civil discourse. This year, if nothing else, has shown us the ugliness of humanity. Again, I am so proud that as non-partisan, we don't have to worry or we don't exercise that a whole lot, but we also have the potential. We have the opportunities as elected officials to stand united to show how things could be done. And hopefully with any amount of wide eyes, the partisan politics can take some examples from the nonpartisan people. As long as I'm on this council, which I hope is going to be a good number of years yet, stop groaning, but a number of years yet, that is probably going to be right along with a couple other things, but the civil discourse, I think, is what bothers me probably the greatest, because it has the biggest impact on our citizens, along with a couple of other things that have already been said. And we're going to have to agree to disagree on the priorities. But this is, I don't see separation in a couple of these things. So thank you very much for indulging me. Thank you very much for the conversation today. Mr. Mayor, it's all yours.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna throw it open one more to see if anybody's got any additional comments. Otherwise, I've got a few wrap up summary things I'd like to. Yeah, Lynn.
Yeah, I just wanted to we've talked about DEI a whole bunch, but I did want to just credit Esther and her efforts going forward to operationalize DEI. I mean, I think that it's such a complex issue and there's so many layers to it. You know, Raul talked about downtown development. There's how we deal with DEI at the city level and then at the community level. Like, I think that I just really appreciate Esther's thoughts about that and moving forward this year to work on creating that, you know, operationalizing it within all of the departments in the city.
Great. Thanks, Lynn. Anyone else? Yeah, Raul.
So I know I named a couple of different things and I was jumping around when I commented, but I want to walk through the list really quick just to show you the things that I starred. Oh, you can't even see it because of this screen. All right. Anyways, so just the things that I checked off or added kind of my extra vote on last year's rankings. The DEI, I put something next to the LGBTQ just because we had a lot of conversation around that, and I think that's a checked off kind of thing at this point. But increase civic engagement. The Citizen Leadership Academy was something that was on that list, but I think that's something that speaks toward this distrust, right? And just getting people more aware of all the intricacies. So I would like to see that. Again, affordable housing was starred on mine. Preparation for economic downturn. I mean, this was on this list because of the things that we're gonna kind of confront here in the next fiscal year and a couple years to come at least. But that, I mean, thinking through that, growing the tax base is part of that. Like, how do we do that? Udo, I think, is hitting on that. A lot of the comments coming back from that. along with that, the 50-year municipal capital improvement fund, continue to make that a priority. Fiber was an additional thing, but I threw that on this list. The staff training, which mostly is the succession planning, again, thinking through COVID and potential impact from COVID. I think it only makes this, I think really makes it a higher priority just to think through what are some of those impacts that we're not foreseeing that we were foreseeing before, but how is COVID affecting those transitions, potentially either moving them up quicker or where we have opportunity to keep people longer. I don't know, but funding for sure. Evaluating the boards and commissions, again, with the DEI lens was part of that. UDO is going to be a big thing, and the whole distrust piece, which I added. And the review of the community energy plan, which we're already in process, but I thought those were the kind of the star-worthy things on the list for me.
Great. Thank you, Raul. Anyone else? Yeah, Jay.
Bravo. That was a really interesting 1 hour for me to hear everybody talk about what they think is important. And it is this method now that we would take out of several years ago, or in the old days, Dave, I think Dave and Mike would remember, this now becomes the list where the dots come out. And they can be blipped out, they can be added, but I want to thank, I guess, the mayor and the city manager for allowing this kind of discussion to happen, because I find it far more valuable than trying to work through the SWOT analysis. I think this was, I heard some great ideas. You guys, I never felt better about the 9 people sitting around the table right now, because the way I didn't know you guys had these thoughts on your minds. I was really grateful for how this went. I don't know where it's going to go. I'm just happy where I am right now. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Any other comments? I also want to thank everybody for their input. I don't think I heard a single thing that I would disagree with in regard to the things that I think that are really important for us to be doing moving forward. Just some summary thoughts, and then a couple of additional things that I would throw in there. In my mind, last year when we did this, it was a reach year. At the advance last year, we added some really significant priorities and projects onto the agendas of the city and the staff. In my mind, this year, it's got to be about fundamentals. It's got to be about the basics of health, safety, and welfare. We need to make sure that we're getting those basics right. Last week when we did the great study session with all of the department heads, we heard about all of the great work that they're doing and that they have been doing. And I want to make sure that we don't take that for granted. We can't just assume that that's going to happen no matter what. We need to make sure that they're supported in that, and be careful that we're not adding too many things on. Not that I'm saying that what I've heard today is that. I just want to make sure that we're really mindful of making sure that we get those basics right, and that we always continue to maintain our focus on those fundamentals. Because we need to make sure that they're doing the work and we're doing the work so that Holland has the strongest foundation possible for the better days that are ahead of us. Some things I just want to emphasize. First is fiscal responsibility. I want to make sure that we're not raising taxes. I think the tax rate needs to stay where it is. I'd love for us to be able to see if we could lower it, but I'm not sure in this year how we're going to be able to do that. But it would be nice to be able to give our residents some relief if that's a possibility. But we certainly need to be very, very careful on additional spending that we're doing this year. The future is probably more uncertain in regard to revenue for us than it has been in a long time, if ever. This year was definitely what I would refer to as a rainy day year, where we had been hopefully saving and preparing for a rainy day. I'm not sure we're out of the rain yet, and that we need to make sure that we're ready for future rains that may come. One of the things that was mentioned in the meeting a week ago, one of the staff members said, we need to survive now so that we can thrive in the days to come. And I think that that's really true. We need to make sure that we're getting those basics right so that we can thrive. And as Quincy mentioned, and when I quoted from Tim Hemingway from the the Board of Public Works. If we're going to choose to do something, let's choose to be the best. Let's do it the right way and make sure that we've got all of our ducks in a row so that we're doing the best that we can for this community. We need to continue to find efficiencies and take advantage of new opportunities. Andy Kenyon, I think one of the most exciting things I heard in that meeting is that you guys were changing your own fan belts and starting to do some additional things, finding ways to be able to do things in ways that you hadn't before, to be able to save money even during the midst of a pandemic. I want to encourage staff to continue to do those things, find new ways of doing things, and make even those basic things the best that they possibly can be. Just some highlights of the additional issues, because we've got this base of things that the city does to keep the lights on, and then we've got a list of additional things that we're asking staff to do, additional projects, additional priorities, any one of which would be a big deal for a city to do. And we've probably got a half a dozen or more of them taking place on top of all of the basics. They're all important, but these are the ones that I highlight in my list. Definitely broadband. You guys have done a great job of explaining why that's important, and I agree wholeheartedly. I want to continue forward with the Waterfront Holland process. I think we got a good process in place, but I want to make sure that that continues to make progress. North Downtown, that development, I think that that's something too that may even be able to be a shorter term, more immediate project for council and for staff than the Waterfront Holland is, because there are more steps that are likely going to be involved in that Waterfront Holland. I want to continue to do what we can do to try to encourage increasing housing stock in Holland. I don't think that there's any argument out there that demand is very high. People want to live here. You know, we get to live here, but other people want to as well. And while the city's not a developer, we're not building houses. There are definitely many projects that we don't have the ability to be able to control what goes on there. There are some. And the other thing that I want to make sure that we're doing, and this was touched on by a lot of folks, is we need to be really good about communicating the successes and the advances that we're making in a lot of areas, but definitely in the area of housing. There are a lot of new units that have gone online over the course of the last year. There are a lot more in the pipeline. We need to recognize what's been done, and recognize that there's more that we need to do, and keep in mind what makes this community special. I've also gotten a whole lot of email and a whole lot of response in regard to Udo, and I think that ties into a lot of the issues that are there. We're a community of neighborhoods and friends and neighbors. We all know that growth is happening and demand is high, and we need to do what we can to address that while continuing to be mindful of the residents who've invested in this community already and want to continue to invest in the future of Holland. We need to remember those folks as well. In regard to the community energy plan and the strategic development team, that's going to be one of the big projects that we're going to have over the course of the next year. The four things that I mentioned to the strategic development team early on in the process that I would be looking for in regard to recommendations from them are that any recommendations are meaningful, they're measurable, they're achievable, and they're affordable. And within those parameters, I'm interested in hearing anything that they've got to say. In that context, I'm really proud of the city as an institution. The city of Holland, our government as an entity, is running on renewable energy. We're paying for those renewable energy credits here. But if we're going to continue to make progress as a community, the people of Holland are the ones who are going to need to step up. We as an organization are not going to be able to make that happen on our own. But what we can do is try to help to create an environment for the people of Holland, the businesses of Holland, and the industry of Holland to succeed. Because I believe if we give them the right tools and the right education, they're going to agree that the right thing to do is the easy thing to do and the cost-effective thing to do. In regard to DEI, it's more than just an ordinance. It's an ongoing process. I completely agree with Quincy. We've come a long way. We've been working really hard on this. I want to continue to foster an environment in this community of equity and inclusion and make sure that everyone knows that we, Holland, Michigan, celebrates the value of everybody that calls this place home. there's so many good things that have been happening in this community. What I want to make sure that we're really focusing our energy on this year is continuing to make those things happen, those things that we're good at. We continue to be good at that. We've got a great fire in this community. We need to nurture that fire through these rainy days. One of the things that we talked about earlier on in the meeting was the possibility of study sessions to talk in the future to talk about some of these issues. As I was listening, I was trying to compile a list of what I heard the most and what I think would be most conducive to study sessions. Some things may not be on this list because we've talked about them more extensively and more recently as a council, but here are my suggestions that I'm going to put out there. And this is actually in kind of a ranked or chronological order in terms of the time frame of them that I think makes sense in my mind anyway, and you guys can chime in on this as well. Broadband, where we are in that process and what some possibilities might be. North Downtown is the next one, including what some of those ideas are, the ice rink infrastructure, how housing might tie into that. Housing probably has its own separate study session time. And these, I'm not necessarily saying these need to be a full study session devoted to each one of these, but maybe the opportunity for us to, discuss for an hour or so. After housing, in regard to the UDO, but with this one, I think we need a report from staff and planning commission. Jay, you said you tried to navigate that 300-page document. I commend you for trying that. The problem is what you're trying to do is deal with what's currently a moving target. There's not a final document yet. And so we need, as a council, Lynn and I have been involved in this process. So we've got a really good idea of where we think that planning commission is going to go on this, but planning commission hasn't even made a final recommendation on it yet. So what I would love to see is that when that vote comes out of planning commission, that we as a council have an opportunity to have a study session to get up to speed, but then also to discuss what we think ought to happen with the UDO. And frankly, the same thing with the SDT and the community energy plan, that we need to allow the strategic development team to do their work and then make a recommendation to us. And then I'm sure we're going to take those recommendations and have some good council communication time on it. So those are the 5 that I have. And we talked about 3 to 5 of them. The 3 I think are ones that we're not necessarily waiting for action from anybody on, and the last 2 are. So it's broadband, North Downtown, housing, the UDO, and the community energy plan are the ones that I was thinking. And so I'm going to just kind of toss that back and see if anybody's got any pushback on that, any refinements, adjustments, questions. Yeah, Quincy.
I don't have any pushback. I just wanted to, I agree about the taxes and being fiscally responsible. Just wanted to weigh in about, with everything that's going on. It's going to be very important this year to hear the reports that Lynn is going to be presenting to us. And for us to be able to be, I guess, fiscally agile as we go through this year. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Great, thanks, Quincy. Anyone else? Yeah, Jay.
I guess I'd be inclined, based on the conversation we had, if we could add a discussion about the diversity, equity, inclusion, how we're structured, how it all ties together with what the county's doing, what some expectations could be, maybe just some goal setting that might give it a little more teeth, something like that.
Sure. And frankly, the only reason I didn't include it on my list right away was because we'd had some pretty extensive discussions surrounding the non-discrimination ordinance last summer. But as I said in my own things, I see that as, yes, something we've done, but we're not done with DEI in my mind by any stretch. So unless anybody else got an issue with that, I wouldn't have a problem with putting that on the list as well. No. Anyone else? All right, well, we're closing in on the end of this. I don't know if council made note of the fact that we did leave a placeholder in place for Wednesday's study session because we thought that there might be the possibility that we wouldn't get all the way through today what the discussion that folks might want to have on priorities. But from what I've seen, and my impression is everybody's kind of had their opportunity to be able to put that out there in front of staff. I'd love to be able to give staff the opportunity then to be able to go through this, get it set in regard to priorities. I'm not going to make the suggestion at all that we have that Wednesday study session be one of those topic area study sessions. I just don't think that's fair to staff to say, hey, by the way, in 2 days, we'd love to have a discussion on one of these issues and a presentation on what we're doing. So based on this, I'm hearing, or I'm reading that everybody's had the opportunity to do what they need to do, and that maybe we take Wednesday and give staff that night off, ourselves that night off, and let staff move forward with starting to put budget together based on the priorities we've presented to them. Yes, Dave.
Would it be too much to ask, talking about Wednesday night, if between now and then, if staff could bring to us what their perception of their marching orders based on what we've said today to us, and see if their perceptions and our perceptions jive up?
I'm not going to speak for staff. I'm going to let Keith, but my understanding of the process, but I'm new here. But my understanding of the process is their budget presentation is that response, but I'll let you step in on that.
So I probably could go a lot of different directions, Dave. I guess it would be what is your question? And I don't want this to come off any other way than a few grand statements maybe or that I'm about to make. One, there's nothing that you guys just talked about that I would probably go to any member on my team that's responsible for that particular area that would say, was that a surprise or was that something new? And I kind of look around the room, and if anyone says it like in their area, which I'm just going to say for the record, right? I think that's fantastic, right? I don't think there's any surprise here. There might be a little, I'm going to just grab an example, right? Like Scott say, hey, don't forget Allegan County, right? Or something like that. There might be something new there where it's like, okay, we're going to take that back and think about that, right? But there isn't anything new in this. And I certainly don't say that as anything negative. I'll also say there's things in process in all of this type of stuff, because that's what you ask for us to do. And a lot of these things are like quite a bit more complicated and quite a bit more long-term. So like just a basic reminder, like on North Downtown, remember that basically everything in North Downtown is an old city dump, that on top of the city dump is a dredge storage facility. So it's pretty complicated. And this last year has been hard to have as much time, but like Matt and I and Mark and Brian and Ron Vanderveen have been working really diligently on that in particular the last 3 months to prep for that, because Brian is looking at redoing 6th Street next week. Why do I use that as an example? Because pretty much everything that you guys talked about, we're like, yeah, we're in various stages of working towards all of this. And some of them, I think you guys, probably know where we're at, and maybe it's just balancing priorities. And boy, how much can we bite off in the budget and staff time next year? And then beyond that, Dave, I guess I would say Mayor is correct. At some point, we have to not only deliver a budget, which was kind of the more historic look, but try to also communicate it that it's not just in a budget where it's, boy, there's a line item, but in a business plan where we're saying, okay, what are some specific steps that we're going to try to take next year to continue to move these things forward. And so those are my initial reactions. Outside of that, Dave, I guess I don't know what I would say, because I think I represent staff where I'm saying I'm down with it. So,
well, I'm glad to hear that. Let me explain further the reason I'm asking that question or making that proposal is, you know, we've heard more often than not that you're seeking our guidance and our vision in order to craft the budget statement. I also heard more than once that you're looking for clarity because we don't always communicate very well what we're thinking. So what I'm looking for, and the reason I'm asking the question, is a way of clarifying that you understand what we're saying and we understand what you're talking about. Some of the things you just said, I'm not aware, frankly, of the discussions on or activities going on with looking at North Downtown. I'm very aware there's a dump there and there's a lot of other stuff hanging around there, right? So that all goes into the process as part of the process of looking and planning and all of that stuff. So basically what I'm trying to make sure is that you don't have to come back to us and say, we weren't quite sure what you were talking about or what your prioritization. You're right, a lot of this isn't new, very little of it is new, but we're talking about prioritization of the old, I guess. So I want to make sure that you're clear and you have what you need to go ahead and craft that budget based on what we've said today.
I'm really glad you circled back on that, Dave, so I understand more. So I'm going to say maybe it may seem like they're conflicting things, but I don't think they are. And if anyone on council says, boy, we haven't gotten it right in the past, I'd want to hear that, right? And this is really good too, because the team is here, right? Most of this stuff, come on, you guys all know, I don't do this. It's all the people that are in the little boxes behind that. Dave, I don't think historically, at least in the last couple of years that I've been here, but when I look at staff too, where I say, boy, before I was here, I don't think there's lack of clarity on what your priorities are. So sometimes when you hear, and like today, I said, okay, like, I don't hear, like, I need clarity from you guys, right? When you talk about the broad priorities and kind of like the direction that you want us to go, I don't think there's a lack of clarity from me or from staff at all about those priorities. And I hope, and this is where I'd really want to hear otherwise, that like last week, when you guys were really gracious and you sat through a lot of hours of video presentations and staff downloading what they're doing, my hope is that communicated that we're understanding what your priorities are and we're moving things forward. Now, where it gets a little bit more complicated, right, and difficult is sometimes it's priorities and implementations. We want to move in this direction is kind of this broad of statement. And then when you start moving that into, okay, how are we going to actually achieve and like have very specific things to move forward? We all get that. What was the statement that was made earlier? That's where you make sausage sometimes, and it gets, like it gets more complicated. And then every once in a while, right, when we're getting to those final steps of, well, how are we actually going to do those things? Well, that's where in the governance, like there's a statement there where you delegate to me, which is really all the faces on here, you delegate to me how to deliver on the priorities that you just talked about. I think I and staff understand the priorities that you have. And I hope that we have and will continue to deliver that what we're working on and what we're bringing forward to you is that we're moving those things forward. Now we all get that everyone wants them, you know, they're even here, right? Everyone wants them quicker, faster, better, and all those types of things, right? That's okay. You're going to keep pressuring us, and you should, and we're going to keep doing our best to deliver on them and reporting on them. Does that make sense? And if it doesn't, please let me know. But so I save Mayor time because he likes to paraphrase. Dave, no, I don't have any lack of clarity on what your collective ideas of your priorities are. Nothing that you guys talked about today surprised me, and I don't think surprised staff. And we're going to keep working on your behalf to drive forward on bringing those things home.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear.
Yep. Jay.
So, but the difference now is that we're going to have one more crack at talking about some of these major priorities before the budget's built. And so that maybe there's some more, maybe that we create a few more specific goals or aspirational things so that we know how are we going to know when we're successful. It's not quite as nebulous sometimes as it's, I know it's hard to do that, but I go back to my example. I mean, and I don't know if it's a legitimate example or not, but say in 10 years, when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, all of our staff, police, fire, Board of Public Works will represent the population of the city of Holland. Now, as an example, we'll know next year, did we increase by 1 or 2%? Are we working toward it? Are we doing these things? I mean, it seems like before you go put a budget away and figure out all what we're going to do, it seems like the reason for having these study sessions is to have one more crack at making sure, I think what Dave's getting to here too, is making sure we all understand what our priorities are, but it's a little unclear to me is how in our own minds, each one of us would prioritize some of those things. And it just seems like there's a little more discussion to take place. Am I just rambling here? Does that make sense? I know what you're thinking, Keith, but.
The difficulty is like the conversation, right? There's one clear area and there's one clear area and there's overlap, right? Because at some point, yes, you do delegate to us to deliver. Now, some of the things that are most difficult, right? Like, and I don't even know what the example, the dog park, right? At some point, it's very clear. Did you complete the dog park or did you not complete the dog park? Right? Now, even the dog park might be a good example because it's not like there were multiple steps that you guys don't have to worry about and don't want to worry about of all the things that were involved with getting that dog park done. And you just say, hey, like, we don't want to worry about the details, just get it done, right? Broadband was a big conversation tonight. And I think Dave and I would be happy to come back and say, here's where that group is working, right? And if you remember in my video, I wasn't that subtle in saying that I think in this next year, there's going to be a decision for the community to make about if we want it and if we want to pay for it, right? So, hey, that's probably what Dave and I are going to circle back and talk to you guys about, right? But then some of these other things, having a discussion and just saying, okay, you guys saying, okay, we want to set a housing goal for next year and we want to build this many houses. I'm just pulling that example out, right? You know, there's a lot of things that are outside of our control that we're moving in a direction, but for you guys to set a goal, I'm not saying that setting a goal isn't helpful, but no. I think the harder ones are setting a goal in an area that are broader than kind of a 1 year check it off the list or not.
I don't know. I had a conversation with Lynn talking about the counties, this new group that's been formed by the county. There's a county housing commission now, and Lynn, I don't want to speak for you, but you made it pretty clear to me that it would be helpful if the city had its own kind of vision or goals or steps to get to, so that some of the other organizations around the table regionally might also help lead them to some of those things. That just made a lot of sense to me, but don't let me speak for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using that as an example, when I mentioned that earlier, I didn't imagine that it would be a year goal and this is what we want. I think that
a 5-year goal, but
yeah, exactly. I just think we don't really have our head around as a group what we're looking at. And so when people ask us about that, we can't just say, well, we want to increase housing stock. What does that actually mean? Right. So I think I don't think that gets in the way of the work that the city staff is already doing. It's just an ongoing conversation.
That's a great example and good conversation between the two of you, because talking about those types of things really, like, it's not something new on the list of things to do. And quite frankly, I don't think it impacts dramatically in any way, shape, or form us putting a budget together.
That's right. Yeah, I would agree.
That's a longer term thing. Now, at some point, when we start digging into this budget, and for all of you, right, at some point we might say, hey, listen, I get that you want us to do all of these things, right? But guess what? Like, we can't.
Oh.
Now we'll circle back to you at that point and say, okay, like, doesn't look like we can do it all. So those are the tough years, right? That some of you have lived through, where then we're going to ask for an additional level of prioritization from all of you, because it's like, okay, you can't have progress towards all of these things. So that's I don't think it's a correction. I think it's we're continuing in this. And again, Dave, I don't think myself or staff has a lack of clarity on what your priorities were that you talked about today.
Okay, that's good to know.
Mike next, and then Scott, because Mike actually had to text me to tell me that he wanted to talk. So,
unfortunately, you've missed me a couple of times. That's why I took any means to get your attention.
I'm trying not to look that way.
Yes,
you didn't even want to talk today.
I understand that. Nice discussion, but I thought we already decided with the prioritization of the study sessions coming that staff would then glean the priorities from that. Because to me, if we talk about it Wednesday, there's no need to have a study session for them, unless I'm missing the boat. Dave, I understand where you're coming from. It seemed like we wanted our cake and eat it too at two different times, and we just said staff needs some time. We need some time to digest what happened today. The prioritization will take place during these study sessions before the final budget is put to us. That's where our discussion comes in, and I think that's what Jay has been asking for. That's what a couple of people have been talking, so that we can get into the depth of how does Mike feel, how does Dave feel, how does Jay and everybody else on here. Those are the type of unless I'm totally missing it, but that's where I'm from. I relinquish the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Trethewey. Mr. Corbin.
Yeah, so I guess the one thing that I don't want to make more work for the staff, but certainly we have to be informed on certain issues. And it just, as Mr. Peters was mentioning, our Councilman Peters and Councilman Raymond was talking about the housing, right? Housing issues. One thing that I have requested in the past that would help us bring this more into context is we know what was regionally needed, what was needed citywide, and there has been some development, but we don't know what the difference has been. Right now, I know it's a moving target, but it would be nice to know how we're making progress toward that goal. And I think that would be very similar to these other goals that we're setting for going along. And you guys have done a great job of keeping us informed on a lot of projects. And like I said, I don't want to make a lot of work, but I'm guessing that information is somewhere already. And just that will help us, I guess, put it more in context. Where are we going with that particular goal? Are we making some advancements in that or not? Because I think there's this perception out there. There's nothing happening, right? And that's not the case. There's a lot going on. Just in the Kensington area, we're adding 230 apartments in the south end of Holland. That's a huge thing. We need to be talking about that as a council. We need to be taking credit for that as a council because we put resources to that. And so we need to be talking about that, not just saying we need affordable housing, we need available housing. We need to take credit for what work has been done. And that's not just all us. There's obviously private contracting doing that. But we don't know that if we don't have those numbers. And I think if we can get that from Mr. Van Ploeg and his staff and his crew, if they can somehow start pulling those pieces together, and I would say likewise to the other projects. But you guys, you've done a good job. It just needs to help us out a little bit more. But thank you.
We'll refresh that. I think the last time we sent that out to everybody in one of my notes was maybe 3 months or so ago, but we'll do that again. And then about a year ago, we had Ryan Kilpatrick come in and do it on a regional level. And we were hoping to do that again this fall, but just.
Yeah, I know Zealand has done some remarkable things over there. There's been some things.
Yeah,
we just need to know that, because if it's a regional partnership, and I would include again to the south, Fillmore, Lake Town Township. When we talk about this regional collaboration, I want to also know when we talk about regional collaboration for housing, like the planning commissions. Are the planning commissions having meetings together? Are they talking with one another? I think they are with full-time staff here and there, but is the actual councils or the actual planning commissions talking with one another about these initiatives? And I believe they are. I'm just not sure I know all that. Maybe I don't need to know all that. To some degree, I just need to know an end report of some of the efforts, the collaborative efforts are being. And that's just some examples, Keith, and I don't want to burden anyone here today, but that's just some examples that would help us as council take credit and say, hey, we are making progress. It just takes time. We got to let people know that as well. Thank you.
You bet. We'd be happy to. And what I have down is kind of, and not so much like, although I heard something different from Mike, so you're going to have to clarify for me, guys. Like what I heard is in the coming while that we'd have some amount of staff update on what's happening in this area, which then provides a basis for council to then have your discussions on top of where we bring you up to date where things are on broadband, on North Downtown, on housing kind of in larger, and then that could go in a lot of different directions, right? And then Esther would love to come in and talk about DEI, and I sent out a lot of information yesterday, and I thought that was, so we'd love to come in and talk about kind of where that's going with the county. So those would be kind of 4 things that we could have on upcoming study sessions. That's that I would foresee them all being staff kind of gives you information so you get caught up to date, but then you use that as the basis for you guys to continue to discuss, which is probably a dictionary definition of a study session, right? Which I think we're all looking forward to getting back to when we can have those, not in this format. Those are the 4 that I have down. And then I heard the mayor say, you know, Udo's coming, SDT is coming, and kind of let them do their work. And you can follow along with their work because it's all being done in public. And we can make all of that happen. And the time, like we'll figure out that timing, but I'll just let you know from my perspective, happy to do that, but I don't know if I need more from all of you where we give it and then you guys talk about it, that's going to dramatically change our biggest task in front of us right now of creating a budget. Now, if you guys are like, no, we want to do that next week, and because we want to have more discussion so you have more direction on creating the budget, like that's okay. Tell us that, but I don't need that from my perspective.
And Keith, I'm gonna follow up with you. I agree with you completely on the way that you described it and what I was anticipating out of each one of those study sessions. And I don't think we need, my opinion is, I don't think we need to meet this Wednesday to continue this conversation, especially after hearing you say, I know what it is that I need to do to start moving forward on getting budget put together. I would not want to delay that process at all. And because budget's an ongoing creating that budget's an ongoing process, this can be a parallel process to that. And then if anything does come out of these, you know, you may make an adjustment before the budget is presented, but that's what I saw. I saw us taking this Wednesday off and then figuring out where we put those 6 different items in based on the schedule that we have moving forward that's what I envisioned. That looks good.
I'm good with that, but that's for you to facilitate with your 8 colleagues, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, exactly. And I'm seeing nods from just about everybody, a couple of thumbs up. I'm not seeing anybody shaking their head. So let's go forward with that route. So we'll take Wednesday off, and then we can work to figure out when those study sessions are going to be put in place. Udo and CEP are going to be based on the underlying processes that are going on, and we'll figure out where to get the other 4 in there as well.
Perfect.
But I think your description of how you anticipated each of those meetings was going to go is spot on with what I was thinking. All right. Any other comments? Otherwise, we're scheduled to end at noon, and it's coming up on 11:59 right now. So we're going to stay right exactly where we need to be on timing. Anyone else have anything otherwise we can call it a day and folks can go out and enjoy the sunshine. Anything else?
We need to get your clock fixed because you're on city manager time here, and that's, I mean, really. Yeah.
You're gonna end taking a shot at me, Trithui. All right.
I tried to keep quiet. You forced me into conversation, but yep, shot at you.
For those who don't understand the running joke, yes, it is exactly 1:20 in the afternoon. We're over our time, but I think we'll use time today. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a great Saturday afternoon. And, no meeting Wednesday.
All right. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks.